Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
Good
panel.
morning, all.
A lot going on today, sort of news-wise, but not really in the markets. We have oil down again overnight, but a lot of other markets seem like they're kind of flat to sideways as traders look ahead to Wednesday's FOMC meeting. That's kind of the next big shoe to drop, it feels like. Hey, everybody in the chat, good morning. I hope everybody had a profitable, great day yesterday. It's a pretty big rally. We'll see what happens now for the rest of the week. It's a shortened week, too. And there's a lot going on flow-wise. But Shai, what are you watching in the headlines first?
All right. So, the strait is still closed. I'd just like to say observable traffic through the narrow waterway was thin on Tuesday, with only vessels and cargoes associated with Iran crossing. Now, Trump was on the wires at the G7 this morning saying Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. All hell will break out if Iran tries to get a nuclear weapon. A deal can survive if Israel attacks Lebanon. Though we did hear from the Iran side that said any ceasefire violation by Israel will affect the agreement with the U.S. And so kind of different from what Trump is saying. He also said that America will not invest in money in Iran after the MOU was agreed upon. He said that the rumor out there yesterday was ridiculous, and that was on the Iranian side, saying that there was a $300 billion in compensation to Iran. We had the head of the world's largest tanker operator has suggested a more complicated path to normalizing traffic through the strait. Chief executive of Mitsui OSK Lines told the Financial Times today that many operators could wait weeks until they allow their tankers to resume traffic through the strait. Some of that is concern on mines. Some of that is insurance. Some of that is everybody's kind of in the you go first move. And so another reminder, since we're talking about crude, we have July WTI options expire at the close today. Now, the largest open interest for both calls and puts sits at the 79 strike, kind of acting as a magnet for the contract. Obviously, August becomes the new front month. Anyone not authorized to take the physical delivery rolls forward to tomorrow. So the price action, I think, tomorrow will kind of tell us whether that 78, 79 reflects fundamental positioning or if it was just expiry pitting. We'll find out. Could be a little bit of a volatile day today, just on the roll alone, being that we kind of have even calls and puts at that 79 strike. So keep that in mind. There might be some good trading there. We'll see. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs both came out today and said they lowered their crude oil forecast numbers. They see Brent averaging $80 for Q4, which is still higher for longer and kind of where it is right now. So I don't know how much that helps us. In other commodities news, the Hormuz reopening is seen as unleashing pent-up Gulf grain demand. This Gulf is among the world's most import-dependent food markets, relying on overseas supply for roughly 90% of its food consumption. And those cargoes have obviously not been able to get through. So keep an eye on the grain markets. We'll see if they get a bid on that. We had the Bank of Japan overnight hike rates 25 basis points to 1%. This is the first time since 1995 they've been at 1%. They also said from April 2027 it would keep bond buying stable at a monthly pace around 12.5 billion USD, 2 trillion yuan. The BOJ has been gradually reducing its purchases from the elevated levels as part of its efforts to return to a normal policy setting. Yen yawned on this, did not care. SpaceX cements a $60 billion Cursor takeover following its IPO. It's agreed to take over Cursor, which is an AI coding startup that'll value that AI coding startup at $60 billion. Cursor investors will have the right to receive SpaceX stock based on the implied $60 billion equity value of the startup. According to the filing today, the merger is expected to close in the third quarter of 2026. SpaceX XAI business is now focused on bolstering its artificial intelligence-powered coding capabilities, which it has said that it is far behind some of the others. So that's the big merger today. SpaceX up another 4% overnight, but Craig likes to say, but it's crashing from the highs. And then we have remember we talked about yesterday, we have the Anthropic kind of crackdown on Fable and Mythos. Well, this is setting off alarms with U.S. allies. South Korea was out this morning. They said AI is no longer just a service or a tool we use. It's become a strategic national asset, and we need to advance our own technology as quickly as possible to become self-reliant as we can. France's prime minister came out and said that the civil service would roll out a tool based on a local startup, Mistral AI, saying France must have its own tools and cannot rely on the goodwill of certain partners. Then you had Germany came out and said the U.S. export ban shows how the U.S. government views Europe as an enemy, not as a friend and an ally. And Mark Carney from Canada also said the Anthropic ban shows how over-reliance on certain AI models leaves countries vulnerable. So U.S. allies are worried about that ban from the U.S. Maybe we see some more AI nationalism, as I like to say, resource nationalism. Maybe we have some AI nationalism out there. So keep that in mind. As far as data is concerned today at 8:15 a.m., we have the ADP weekly employment change. That's just the weekly employment change. Not that number has not moved the market in weeks. And at 8:30 a.m., import price index, export price index, New York Fed services business activity, housing starts, and business permits. I think most people will be looking at New York Fed services business activity. I don't really think any of these are going to be much of a market mover.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of interesting cross currents. Hey, everybody in the chat, we got people from Orlando. We have Ohio in the house.
Yeah.
I have a Buckeye. Great Ohio people. But I think Christopher summed it up. Glad to be back in the buy regime. FOMO is real. We'll see if that's the case. I mean, it certainly felt like it yesterday. Craig, what are you watching most closely? I like to start with that because I feel like you're always looking for the thing that people are not paying enough attention to. Because we have a lot of Fed chatter, but, I know you're watching SpaceX pricing and, some of these international stories are kind of interesting to you. What do you think's most important today?
Yeah, one of the things that surprised me about yesterday's trading, we talked about kind of the war premium going away and the inflation potentially falling and oil falling and a possible rotation out of some of the AI leadership into other areas of the economy. Well, that was wrong. Basically, yesterday, we just saw a continued, flow of capital, into the AI trade, and Nasdaq really outperformed again. And so, it kind of argues for this idea that, or questions this idea of whether or not the rally is going to be broadening out. Or is it going to continue to narrow as the AI story continues to, attract more and more capital? Is impervious to rates moving higher. Lower energy costs are good for AI. Higher energy costs are good for AI on a relative basis. And so kind of everything remains good for AI, and the rest of the economy really continues to struggle. I thought an interesting headline, I think it was out yesterday, it was from Fitch, where they downgraded their assessment of growth for the U.S. economy and pointed out that, a variety of sectors are facing deteriorating outlooks, including U.S. home builders, building products, packaged foods, airlines, utilities and power, finance and leasing companies, and downgraded the assessment of all those industries from neutral to deteriorating. And so there's obviously an increasing swath of the U.S. economy that is really just not participating in this story. And so, as we move into tomorrow's Fed meeting, it's an interesting, question for the Fed. How are they going to deal with this bifurcated economy where the haves keep winning and the have-nots keep losing? It's a very precarious and challenging setup. I think for traders, the dispersion trades are probably going to continue. The money's going to continue to flow into the areas where earnings growth is strong, and capital can continue to move there. And where earnings growth is bad, stay away. It seems like that dynamic is going to continue here, at least into quarter end.
Yeah, and it's I think it's a really good point, and I think people it's hard because I think some of the models are not based on an economy that's operating like this, and I think that when I hear people talk, they're trying to figure out if it's a temporary phenomenon or if we've kind of moved into this era where we just have different economies depending on where you are, like completely unconnected from each other. It doesn't seem like that can remain the case, but the sort of the AI story is so new. I don't think people are sure exactly about that because we've had this bifurcated consumer for a while now, and it doesn't seem to be going away. And a lot of it has to do with the financialization of the economy and all these other sort of trends that are hard to see reversing. Shai, I thought the headline in the comments coming out of the G7, and we said like it'll be interesting to see what happens. The G7 itself is boring, but sometimes you get you pick up on something that is going to be market impactful. And this idea that we have AI nationalism as well as resource nationalism is a very different thing, because you can say that this is just hype in a bubble, but when every country is kind of maybe going to be redundant and have to build their own AI systems, that's a lot of demand for this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a lot of demand, but then we need to also look at Anthropic and ChatGPT. Are we going to lose customers to their own domestic AI because we've sort of cut them out of some of these models? And so that's also something to look at, particularly when these are IPOing this year. And so people are going to be watching that closely. Are they going to lose customer base due to that?
Yeah, no, that's the flip. That's the company side, right? The corporate side, as opposed to the sort of larger geopolitical side. Jim, we were saying sort of flat. Are you looking at NASDAQ? What seems like it's going to have the most action today? What chart do you have up?
Well, Nasdaq certainly pretty strong. It's cautiously risk on today, I think. Equities are up a little bit. We have even the interest rates, the bonds are back to a 113 handle, which is kind of significant level. Energies are down across the board. Metals are up across the board. I particularly have my eye on Dr. Copper again. Is following the E-mini S&P closely from a correlation point of view, but eventually it's going to get a mind of its own. It's a supply and demand market, and we know you guys are good at articulating what that is. So a little bit, but I'm cautious. We have some baby candles here. E-mini S&P had a really tiny range overnight last night, suggesting maybe a pause or some exhaustion in the trend. But we'll see when the bell rings right now. So I'm cautiously optimistic this morning so far.
Yeah. Someone in the chat, let me see if I can find your name. Traveler, our Ohio member. With the Fed meeting tomorrow, how does that move the market on average, just during the meeting with no announcemements? This is a kind of a different setup, though, Craig, isn't it? Because we have an unknown here now.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to say. Typically, what we get is drift into the Fed meeting because volatility is falling, and so the markets can kind of drift higher in the day before and leading up into the Fed meeting. And you can imagine, there won't be a ton of trading tomorrow either, kind of ahead of the meeting at 2:00. Now there is retail sales in the morning, so that could be market moving if we get some sort of data point there that's different than consensus, but. Again, typically we get the drift, but it is options expiry week. The market's in significant positive gamma. There's a ton of dealer buyback hedging flows going on. And so, and then the news comes out at 2:00. The press conference comes out at 2:30. As far as the 2:00, we also get the dot plot tomorrow. There's, some speculation about whether or not Warsh is actually going to contribute a dot or not. Some people are suggesting that he may not contribute a dot because he doesn't want to continue with the dot plot anymore. And so he can use this as an opportunity for him to say, well, I just got here and I'm thinking about not contributing to this. So, there could be some potential fireworks at 2:00, but really I think people are, looking to 2:30 to get a read from him about, what is he thinking about the economy? How is he going to be thinking about monetary policy? Are his thoughts on the balance sheet about reducing its size, really going to materialize in any short order? And so hard to kind of trade the back and forth dynamics, until we get some of that, that news through 2:30. But then we have options expiry, coming on Thursday morning, and then again Thursday afternoon. So again, it's kind of a weird, dynamic. We see it a lot though, with the Fed meetings happen during expiry weeks. But I wouldn't, draw any too many conclusions about how to, specifically trade it, from an hour by hour basis.
And ADP just came out 25.5 thousand. Nothing out of the ordinary.
No.
I mean, nothing to move the markets by any means.
Or
so, it's boycotting the dot. I mean, that's just beyond pale. That's a bridge too far right there. We got to send some emails. But right now, Treasury bonds are at their highs of the day. They're back up to 113. Like I said, this is off of a really significant candle 3 sessions ago. I feel like it's anticipatory a little bit that the meeting is going to be kind of a vanilla, okay, everything is good kind of meeting. So I don't expect fireworks either.
Well, I was speaking to Kevin Muir yesterday, who like sort of shocked me with this, but he raised the possibility that Warsh might be the dissent in the meeting. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I don't believe we've ever seen the chairman dissent. Do any of you think that's even a remote possibility?
No, he has to establish his credibility right away. I mean, he's got
context for this. I should point out, we were talking about the impossible situation he's in, that no matter what he does, someone's going to be upset, and that he's trying to, he was put there to ease rates, we know, right? And so he's trying to walk that balance between the White House pressure and the market pressure. That was the context we were talking about when Kevin's like, maybe he'll be the dissent. And as crazy as that sounded, I did think that would sort of solve that problem, wouldn't it? Where he could say to Trump, well, I dissented, knowing full well that the rest of the board will not do that and will sort of maintain. Craig Shy, and a remote possibility that we see that?
I think that would just solidify him as a
sock puppet.
So I don't think he would do it.
Yeah, it seems, and I wonder too. I mean, no one wants to come in and freak the market out. They're first. So you want to get out of there saying as little as possible, leaving as much leeway for yourself as you can. So
he came out right out. Yeah, he came right out and said he wants the Fed to say less. So, so I don't think, I think with him it's going to be less is more in his opinion. So that's going to make this presser all the more interesting to see what, the Q&A session looks like, and what, reporters are able to kind of pull out of him or not, and what he chooses to answer or not is going to be very important.
Yeah, it is. I feel like it's going to have that Greenspan vibe where he's going to try to say, like it's just going to be a word salad, and everyone's going to be trying to figure out what it all means, which was usually the case when you listen to Greenspan back in the day. You had no idea after you walked away, really what was going on. Chai, I wanted to get your thoughts on something from Javier Blas, the Bloomberg energy reporter, tweeted out this morning. And he said, my colleagues at Bloomberg News are reporting Qatar plans to restore 50% of its LNG production in just 4 weeks after the Strait reopens, 80% in 2 months. And that's LNG, which requires a lot of work to restart. Imagine what everyone else is going to do with oil output. That kind of feeds into that more optimistic scenario, right? That people are sort of hanging on to that.
I do think that's a little bit optimistic. I mean, not surprising. They shut down LNG. It's much faster to get back up and running, but they do have damage to their facilities, which they have said is going to take 3 to 5 years to be able to get back to 100% as far as that is concerned. So, I could see them, taking just a couple months to get a lot of it back up and running. And with the on the oil side of it, it's going to take, 3 to 6 months, depending on the field that it is. Probably, you're going to have some of these older fields that are a lot harder to restart. And we also, have to wait until all these other ships clear before you can really start moving. There's a queue. So you can't just automatically start shipping stuff out because you're at the end of the queue.
True. It's a complicated chessboard. Somebody in the chat saying, bet he cancels future pressers. It's back to war. Sorry, we're flipping back to the Fed. Possible,
Oh, no.
Craig?
That would be surprising. I think more likely they would get rid of the dot plot. Personally, I think there's been increased scuttle about how the dot plot is kind of obfuscating their ability to give forward guidance, and because it's generally just wrong. And so, is it really providing any value to investors? When it possibly actually hamstrings the Fed's abilities to move more quickly when things are moving more dynamically. So. I don't suspect he would think about, changing the press conference, but I think the dot plot's more likely. I think there's been also talk about him potentially suggesting to regional Fed governors and other governors generally to just speak less, right? Because, they're out there every day after a meeting, and we hear from, 5 or 6 or 10 or whatever the number is, in the several days after these guys are giving speeches all the time. And it kind of creates this, this kind of herd mentality about where the Fed's moving, and makes it more like a super tanker as far as their abilities to move. And so, I think those are the types of things on communication that he may try to push that type of narrative. But I think he wants to go in there tomorrow and in his first couple months and establish credibility. And so I think he doesn't want to be seen as a sock puppet. His term is 14 years. He'll be 4 years as president, but he could be on the board as far as 14 years. And so he's going to be there kind of after Trump is gone. And so I don't think he wants to go in there kind of being the guy who just came in there to cut rates. But I think, at the appropriate time, if it's necessary to cut rates, he's going to he's going to need to bring the rest of the committee with him. And so establishing credibility early on, I think is paramount importance. And I suspect that's what we're going to hear from him. That's what he's going to do, such that if and when the economy does turn into a direction that necessitates more accommodation, that they're going to be right there to deliver that with him.
But Craig, real quick, if you eliminate the dot plot, does that increase the suspicion that this cabal of secret bankers are planning something behind the scenes and they just don't want to tell anybody what they're doing?
Look, I mean, will putting a little more volatility back into the market, is that such a bad thing? Is that a good thing? I don't really know. I mean, basically, we're just we've got this hyper financialized economy where the Fed is suppressing volatility every day by delivering these speeches, these dot plots, and kind of get piecemealing the public and the investment community exactly what they're going to do at all times, and it kind of creates these this suppressed volatility regimes where we have these episodic blowups very consistently. So. And then as far as how is capital moving through the economy, it's not clear that the old way is working either, right? Because we're starving areas of the economy that really need it. We're chasing areas of the economy that maybe don't need it, where the returns are more questionable. And so who knows? I mean, it's, obviously all this is subject to a debate, and I don't think there's going to be any imminent changes from the Fed in the first, 6 months anyway. And this is all kind of
100%.
scuttle and speculation. And so this is going to take time for him to kind of establish his fingerprint on how the Fed does things. And, this is more of a 2027 story at earliest, I think.
Shai's shaking her head and agreeing with that. Yeah, he's young. He's playing the long game, right? I mean, I think you're right. His mind is, and I think a lot of people think there needs to be reform at the Fed. So if he wants to get that done, I think he's going to have the support if he goes about it the right way. By the way, worth mentioning, we're going to have a Fed special tomorrow. In the lead up to that, right, Jim?
Yeah, we do. It's at 1:45, and it's this great group of people right here, plus Blake Morrow. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So another special too. I just want to mention really quickly here, really important. Thursday. I know Friday's a holiday, but Thursday, 4:00 p.m. Another edition of Develop Your Edge with the one and only Stowe. It's going to be awesome. Looking forward to that. That's Thursday afternoon.
That is well needed for sure right now as we sort of navigate this tricky week, as you've all been laying out really importantly. We got like 40 seconds left before the Edge report. Craig, SpaceX going to go down today? Going to continue to go down? Are we just seeing people flip this thing?
Well, I mean, kind of looking at the high, overnight high was close to $230. I mean, it seems like there's, liquidity squeeze. There's not a lot of public float. It's going to take at least another 30 or 45 days or so before we start getting some secondary sales that can come from some of the insiders. So you have this kind of managed float situation. Options are going to start to trade, I think today, for SpaceX. I think there's also 9 levered and double levered ETFs on SpaceX today. So, I mean, I don't know. Just there's a general euphoria about this name. It's going to be, it's going to be taking up a lot of the oxygen in the room. It's probably going to be taking up a lot of the capital and the flow away from other areas. And since it's not part of the indices, you could be in one of these dynamics where it becomes the story. Capital flows out of some of the other areas in order to kind of deal with it. So I don't know. It seems like a little bit of a circus, but it's it's entertaining for sure.
It's the circus we're all living in. So. Great stuff. All right. It is. Thanks so much, Craig. We'll see you in the chat. It's time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
Let's start with crude oil today. I've got a daily candle chart up on the screen right now. A lot of stuff going on. I have that anchored VWAP. This is the wartime anchored VWAP here. It's kind of flatlined a little bit. Standard deviation bands around it. We're trading below this first lower standard deviation band with a gap down and then 2 consecutive down sessions. Right now, there's no shadow at the bottom of the daily candle. Sellers are in charge at 77.70. So we're below that April 17th swing low. I know today's rollover, a lot of weird things could happen, but really the sell-off started all the way back here on the 3rd of June. So the whole month of June has just been selling off here in crude oil. Fibonacci point of view, we're well below that 61.8%. This is in a bearish disposition right now. Remember, we have that wartime gap all the way down. It's 69.20 to 67.83. I didn't think we're going to probably see this thing fill in my lifetime, but I'm starting to change my opinion on that as well. Intraday, things really took a turn for the worst at 3 o'clock this morning. The London bell rang and boom, sellers just started pushing this, accelerated this move down below previous sessions lows. And, we have a point of control, but this is a wonky volume profile. It's not mature yet. It'll get mature later on today because we have a competing point of control down here at the bottom where we're kind of sticky right now. It's 77.73. That one-day min and S2 are pretty close together, a little further up, something to keep your eye on as well. And they kind of defined this little bit of support that we saw early this morning, and that's around 78.35-ish. I'm just going to average those two numbers right now. On the downside, though, not a lot of targets on the downside. A lot of empty space till you get to S3 at 75.65. On the upside, we're going to have to go through a lot of different levels, including that session VWAP right now, which is at 79.13. So, again, interesting market today. Rollover. It's going to be fun. Tomorrow we'll be trading the August. Your platform should automatically roll. So remember that. We're still in July today. Even though the volume's about 50-50, that's okay. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P right now, everybody, and check it out. Baby candle today. We have a little bit of a baby candle today. We took out, we had, again, yesterday, all-time highs. We made all-time highs. We took out the June open right now. And, not surprising on the day before Fed that we have a kind of a tight range so far. So this is just an anticipation of that is my guess. Probably not going to be a trend day. No retracements whatsoever. RSI is behaving itself. If we go into the intraday chart, really tight range, only 24% of the daily 34-day average range have we hit so far. I mean, we're only at less than 23 handles so far overnight. So again, a lot of anticipation, a lot of slowness, small baby candle. Volume profile is not bad. Point of control kind of right in the middle here, right pretty much where we just wick through right now. Interestingly, that's at 76.22. And not only that, we just had a VWAP touch live. We see it live on the screen right here. We sold back off. We tapped that VWAP, and that session volume weighted average price is holding around 23.25. So it's going to be interesting to see if sellers take over here, get a confirmation candle on the downside below that VWAP. It could certainly mean that. Alternatively, if we stay above it, then maybe buyers will maintain in the control. Pivot's the next target down here at 76.05. We have Jax 1 at that 7600 level, and then below that, not a lot of room, not a lot of empty space below that. Above, things turn around a little bit. Well, again, not a lot of stuff until you get all the way up to previous session's highs, and that's pretty far away. 76, almost 49. It's 48 and three quarters. And that Jack's 2 level is right above that. So I don't know. My guess is anticipation, short of any news bombs, anticipation of tomorrow. We might not have a trend day today. We might not have a huge breakout either way, but you never know. So keep on your toes right now, kind of trading in the middle of the candle right now. Let's shoot over to gold really quickly here, because gold is also, I don't know if gold's back, but I want to say gold's back. Let's take a look at a daily chart. We're above the yearly open again, thank goodness. Approaching that VWAP band here. This is the bottom of the lower standard deviation band. Pretty close to 44.70. I'll round up a little bit. Today's candle, again, it's kind of a baby candle, but it's big enough to kind of pay attention to. So we'll keep an eye on gold going forward here and see if it continues its momentum and takes out yesterday's highs as well as a nice target. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Maggie and Shai.
Thanks so much, Jim. Appreciate it. Jim will be in the chat. Craig is in the chat too, just crossing some news from Trump. Ships are starting to move through the Hormuz, Trump says, and he reiterates the U.S. signed a deal with Iran. So continuing to push forward that narrative. All right, let's see who's on the lineup for the day. In just a moment, we are going to be talking with Dan Roos. TTrades is here for Tape Talk. Jump in the chat and let him know if you have any specific questions. He is watching and in there, so he'll certainly field them. Trade the Open is with Merritt and Black and Chris. Midday Markets is with Leo and Salma. And Trading the Close will be Stowe, Nick for a Tick, and XY. All right, let's bring in our guest, Dan Roos, founder of Vol Signals. Hey, Dan, thanks so much for being with us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Good morning, Dan. All right, so let's talk about where are we with markets right now. We've got Quad Witch coming up. Markets that are at all-time highs. What is this option market telling us, and are there any risks?
Always risks. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I have no macro insight to offer. Sometimes I think I was in a call yesterday and I asked someone to tell me what's going on with the Fed because I have no idea what to expect. Or even if this is first presser, it sounds ridiculous. But I've come to learn that I do best when I just follow the positions because they tell me what people are committed to. And that it's also, my CEO is going to kill me, but like, it's as close to inside information as we get. It's not inside information, but it's something that we understand that market makers have to do. It creates risk, right? And so for a while, we were trapped between 7,350 and 7,500 in the minis, or 73.5 and 7,500. And there were expiration dynamics leading into this week that kind of anchored us to, in my opinion, 74.30. We landed there at the end of last week almost perfectly, within $1, I think. And you could see that it wasn't stable. It wasn't as stable as it should be. Obviously, we have big things today, this week, SpaceX, maybe I think index rebalancing, and of course, FOMC, right? And so the market tends to consolidate sometimes. We could also see with the war resolution, they really stomp on the gas sometimes. And I'm not saying it's manipulation, but if they were manipulating, it's brilliant the timing they execute sometimes. Because when you do certain things to volatility, it creates a pressure to buy or sell. And oftentimes I've seen that those tend to happen, like the most extreme headline tape bomb type things. They seem to hit at a moment when the market is kind of trapped above a certain vol level and it needs something to get below it. And when I say that, it's almost like the VIX options, for example, create a need to create VIX future or to buy VIX futures, irrespective of what the market's doing. And so it's frustrating sometimes, but they did that last weekend and it punched us into a new range. And so we got this massive overnight extension and now we're just kind of sitting still, which drives people nuts. But it's actually very aligned with what's happening in the option position too, where this range above 7,500, like Jim was smart to mention, we tend to just wait and see ahead of things like FOMC. And so even though it seems like we maybe should be volatile, there's almost no reason to do anything right now, because why would you make a commitment right now ahead of this information? Like we'll wait and see what the presser has to hold. So it's kind of this odd meeting where we almost expect that we'll find some balance today. I wouldn't be surprised if we closed exactly where we opened at 75.5. And then going into tomorrow, what makes things even more interesting is we have VIX expiration. So it's a non-normal cycle for June because of the holiday on Friday. We have a Thursday expiration in the AM, and we have this condensed window where VIX usually gives 2 days before the next OPEX, but today it's the day before, same day as the Fed meeting too. And so we have a combination of things that, in my opinion, I think will get some stickiness around 75.50. But then leading into tomorrow, we should actually see vol catch a little bit of a bid, which makes sense. Even if there was no FOMC, my view based on the VIX positions is that we're probably about maybe 1.5 points shy of where we should be tomorrow morning. And then, of course, people will read that as hedging for the Fed. There's jitter, anxiety, whatever. I wouldn't read it that way specifically, although I do think that when vol gets crushed into an event, we used to think all the time we go to the Fed and then the number comes out and vol gets hit. Lately, it's been kind of the opposite sometimes when volatility gets sold ahead of the event. But then I remind people too, like it's a different environment. It's no longer where we're waiting for a Fed decision, like a one and done thing. It's more like a chance to reinsert risk, like you guys were talking about with the new chairman. He's going to say things that are completely new, and nobody's going to have a good template for how to read it. And so with VIX already kind of where it is now, with fixed strike vol coming in, with the July SPX positions behind us, already reflecting a lot of short vol and market maker books to the upside, especially. It seems like it's this moment where things look really good, but there's a good chance that just the event passing and the nature of it creates a pressure to buy vol again coming from these levels.
I think that I think what you said was so important, Dan, because I mean, I sometimes feel the same way when people go down the rabbit hole for options because I tend to be on the macro side more. But I mean, the traders listening to this, it's solid gold for them because this is kind of where they're living. But everybody's on a different level of experience and journey, right? And so,
of course, yeah.
From what I hear you saying, and I think we've been getting this from a lot of folks who understand these markets, is that there are flows that are dictating what's happening much more than the narratives or the macro that you're hearing. And understanding that sort of heat map, if you want to call it that, is really, really critical. It's like it's a completely sort of different view, sort of a matrix on the market. And you really need to understand what's going on there because in many ways that is the driver these days because of all the volume that we're seeing. When you're looking at this, is there... I mean, I hear you saying today that you were kind of you're going to wait and see, and you're going to wait until the action tells you what to do. When you're looking at this as a whole, day in and day out, are there things that you watch to get a lead on what will happen? Are there indicators that tell you where sentiment is or where things are building up?
Of course, no, great question. And that's exactly what we're trying to do with the data, right? So as a market maker for 15 years, it took me a while to even understand how much power we had on the market because when I would look at the net positions, I would think to myself, I'm trading 500 or 1,000 spreads up. How can it be that a net imbalance of 500 or 1,000 across all of us means anything? But it turns out it really seems to. And so with VS3D, what we do is we actually take the right data from the CBOE, we get the position, and then we think of it as like, if this was me as a market maker hedging it, what does my model do? And it gives us, I'm very careful to articulate it a certain way. It doesn't tell us the answer. Like, I don't know if we're going higher today. But just like any trader should understand, what we get is like a bias. And so within ranges built by the position, you kind of have this idea that the passage of time alone creates the need to buy or sell futures as a hedge. Now, that's a really good one. And we get that every single day with 0-day options and then in a big way into expiration. And so what I'm looking for when I look at this data is where are the big range defining points? So when customers buy options, that creates boundaries in the range for me. And then inside of that range, there is like an equilibrium where whether we're above or below it, all the things that our models would do as market makers would either buy to it or sell to it. And then what I'm looking for is if we break the range, right? If we break a new range, it's a new equilibrium. So it's almost like we have a small probability of landing on a certain range endpoint, but it's important to understand the shift because if we break through it, all my hypotheses before have to be invalidated, right? It's a new world. And so even though I was kind of bearish before, once we broke through 7,500, I have to abandon that until next week. I would just fight the tape. And I made that mistake for a decade as a market maker. And so it's not easy.
And is there any scenario? I mean, you said, we could see a little spike in vol tomorrow ahead of the meeting. Does that put pressure on index markets or does it lead them sideways? is one of my questions. And then, we had a huge gap up on Sunday. Obviously, markets have not looked back since then. How does that change models?
Exactly. No, great questions. And so it's actually a weird setup. Usually we have this situation in the index where when vol goes up, the market kind of goes down. And it's literally because if we raise the prices of the options, the delta's repriced, it's all marks to market. And we'll, as market makers, have thousands of futures to sell. And then that creates trend and all that good stuff. But that's not always the case. It's traditionally the case, but it's not always the case. And so in positions kind of like we have now, where 1 month out, the tenor that's associated with the VIX and the most active trading, it's actually not so clear. We have, if you look at 1 month skew, it's crushed. Now, for anybody watching, I like to look at 25 delta 1 month skew as a good barometer for anyone trying to understand if vol going up or down should also drag the index with it in the other direction. When skew is very low, what it's telling you is that we're in kind of a position that's inverting from normal. Normal position is customers buy stocks, they buy puts, and they sell calls. When we get overextended, we just land on the other side of this position. And importantly, you don't get the same outcome. And so that's a wordy way of saying, like, if vol starts to spike right now in this range, it might not actually force us to sell off. So it does create some intraday volatility, some kind of vol of vol and some noise here. But it's not as clear as it was, let's say 200 points south of here, that, VIX spiking to 18 or 19, for example, which is pretty mild, will cause 100 basis point sell-off. It's just different. But importantly, to your point about the shift over the weekend too, when we crossed 7,500, that was one of the big hedge levels in our framework. And you can see it right there. These big OPEX positions, the ones that are like the monthly, the end of month, they are more meaningful in some sense than the 0 day. The 0 day I like to think of as almost like a noisy thing that comes and goes every single day. But we're always seeing some alignment with these big third Friday positions too. So I recommend to my followers and stuff, the guys in VS3D, always check those too, because 7,500 was a clear boundary for a while. But importantly, below that boundary, the way I think of it is like all the things that we have to do as market makers that are associated with the passage of time. It's just the deltas of the options changing because they're going to disappear by Thursday morning. And if we still have a hedge on against them, we're not market making. We won't be doing this in a week. We'll be out of business. And so that created a lot of selling below that level. But when you cross that, it's the opposite. And it's very basic. If you think about a call option that you own that's either going to be in the money or out of the money, if you're hedging it as well, it becomes very, very sensitive at the level. You can be right below it. And if you're hedging it and it's going to expire worthless, you have to sell out all your minis that you bought against it. And so it's a big, like, kind of a flush. Whereas just move up a few dollars and have the same process, it's going to expire in the money now. You do the opposite. You actually hedge it to completion, and that produces the push the other way. And so I always like to remind people that when you're looking at the positions, you should almost understand that when market makers are short a big level, it's not magnetic, it's the opposite. We tend to test it and then either kind of race through it or revert pretty hard off of it. And then we find where the market makers are long. And so we crossed 7,500 with enough strength, in my opinion, where it produces that support. It kind of like levitates us right now to right where we are here. Like this is, it sounds like ridiculous, but so many days I would start our meetings and we talk about what the profile implies and we're right where it implies. It's very clean.
Amazing stuff that you may have already answered. We have a question from the chat, and you may have, I think you partially answered this already, but how is vol affected by 0 day?
Oh, that's a great question. I could talk for hours about that, but we know we don't have that time.
Sorry, we made it the last one, but give us the abbreviated version.
That's a great question. I think the introduction of 0 day muted volatility. And I would love to talk to more future traders about this because I think a lot of guys that trade futures think of it in terms of contract equivalence, meaning like if I'm going to buy an SPX contract, I can also buy 2 minis. But you don't think of it as like, what's my delta on the contract? And is that worth 1.7 minis or 0.7 minis? You don't really do that. You're thinking about the net outcome. And so, but when you move from futures to 0 day for whatever reason, which happened, I think, in my opinion, when they introduced them, you take a lot of that type of flow, like a lot of people buying and selling futures, moving the market, creating that impact all day, every day, and you put it in the hands of a hedger like myself, where we're not doing that necessarily. So if you trade 1 for 1, like 2 minis is 1 call option in the SPX, you're not buying it deep in the money. So right away, our hedge is already reducing the impact of the market. Less volatility as trades hit the market, for one. And then on top of that, a lot of our life is trying to not engage the market. We're trying to allow things like here's a buyer, here's a seller. Let's let these kind of play out and then hedge if we escape a tolerance level. And so it definitely mutes the volatility. I think it mutes the realized to a considerable degree, but it also introduces a really interesting dynamic where if you understand how the vol changes create a need to buy or sell futures, you find mispricing all the time in the zero-day options because they're really so cheap.
Well, you did a great job of answering that briefly, even though you said you could talk about it for 2 hours. I have
I
a
get a lot of
feeling
practice.
that they're going to be clamoring for more. I have a feeling there's a Ninja special in your future, Dan, but this was
That would be
really,
great. Yeah.
this was really, really instructive and really helpful for everyone, especially on a week like today. So thank you so much for being with us.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Dan.
All right.
Oh, great stuff. I have a feeling people are going to be re-racking that Shy, so that they could sort of like get their notes out, their notebooks out.
He's going to be more of a regular guest now too, so it's good.
Awesome. Everyone's going to be happy about that. Final thoughts from you today, Shy?
So it's a day before the Fed meeting. Markets might not do a lot. We'll see how crude oil reacts into expiry at the end of the day. So there might be some opportunities in that market as it's subject to push-pull on those strike prices. And other than that, just so far everything is calm. It seems like we're still going to have an MOU signed on Friday. So, but keep an eye out for anything could happen.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong, right? All these expiries, a shortened holiday week. We've got crazy World Cup action everywhere. Like, what could possibly go wrong? I don't know. Thanks so much, Shai. We'll see you in the chat.
All right. Thank you.
All right, let's go to TTrades for Tape Talk. And this portion of the stream is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. Good morning, T. How you doing?
Morning. I'm doing well. How are you?
Fantastic. I'm sure you just enjoyed that chat as well. But how
Yeah,
are
it's
you
quite
feeling
quite
about?
advanced. It was interesting. So
Yeah, right. Especially, we know those flows matter, and we have so much. It's sort of, I think Dan just really laid out very well. The markets are not moving much, but there feels like there's a lot that could happen, a lot going on underneath with all of the flows that are happening in the expiries. But what are you watching today? How are you setting up for the day?
not too much. We can do a little overview. We had quite a big move from the end of last week into the start of this week. So not looking for too much today, but I think we can get a little more impact in the markets tomorrow and Thursday. So yeah, we can go ahead and start up
Yeah,
here.
go ahead. Walk us through
Just
it.
taking a look at the indices, we formed a pretty nice low over here. I was watching this last week. You can see we took out all these previous lows over here, and that's what I want to see when I want to find a new low to trade away from, is just running all of these people. So anyone long here gets taken out if they have their stops on their daily lows, and then we can form a new low to trade away from. We have a nice divergence between the markets here, and then we have a nice move higher here. But we have 3 days of expansion. I wasn't really expecting this gap up and this move yesterday, but with a large expansion like this, my mind is still looking to the left here, all-time highs. But with that, I'm also looking for some consolidation to occur just because we've had such a large range in 3 days. We've gone, 8% on the NASDAQ. So I'm looking for some consolidation today. And what does that look like on the lower time frame? Well, dropping down to the hourly time frame, we'll zoom in here. We ran out this previous day's high, and then we have a divergence. ES didn't run out that high. So I'm just looking for this high to trade into our overnight lows. And that's kind of just going to be it for me, is looking for NASDAQ and the S&P to go into their overnight lows and then see if we can get a reaction around there. I'm just looking for it to stay range bound. I would like to see this hold up and then either look for a reversal in here towards the all-time highs or tomorrow to, sweep out yesterday's low, which would be today's low, and then make a move higher into all-time highs for the NASDAQ. No reason for me to be bearish yet following this low here. It's just pretty bullish for me.
Fantastic stuff. Anybody jump in the chat if you would like to ask TTrades any questions. He'll be happy to answer them. And as we were talking about Dan, by the way, because a lot of you are asking in the chat, vol signals on X is how you can follow Dan for more. Because I know TTrades already followed him because he's
Yeah.
going to go back and listen to it as well. So where's your focus? I mean, you're really setting up for tomorrow. Are you sticking with NQ? Are you looking at other markets?
Yeah, I mean, I mainly focus on the indices, and then metals are setting up pretty decent, and oil's also moving again, so we can take a look at that. Just to finish up on indices here, I'm just looking for a short-term bearish movement, ideally down towards this little area here, which is right around the 640 area. So that's kind of it for that. Let's go into gold. Gold got a nice move after taking out some monthly lows. Same with silver once my chart loads. And so if you notice, we've been in this range, the past few months. And we've finally taken out this range low and has a nice reaction against that. So what am I looking at for gold towards the end of the month here is I'm just looking for gold to find some sort of continuation, a higher low, and then look for that to go back towards its monthly open, which is around that 45.75 area. And then it could even go into this little gap here, which is right around 46.50s. 46.40s. So I am bullish on metals again now that we have taken out a low, and this is what I'm talking about on indices for forming a low as well, is once we run out everyone that has tried to take a long in this period here, that's when I want to start to look long, right? Once everyone gets out of their position, then I want to look long. And so I'm looking bullish on the metals. Same thing with silver. Silver had a quite shallow sweep of this low, but it did take it out. And so same thing here. I'd be looking for it to go back towards its monthly open, and then it can look around this area here. So back into the 75 to 78 area on silver.
Do you prefer gold over silver because silver didn't have as much of a sort of
I have really no preference for swing trading. I could care less for intraday. I usually do prefer gold just because it has a little better volume and looks a bit better. But I really could care less. It's just usually whatever sets up better for me.
Okay, great.
And then oil, we've also spoken about this. It was range bound, and it's finally reaching for its range low here. So I'm wanting to see oil to right below 75, 74, 77, and then I want to see the reaction there. And if you notice, that's our previous month's low. So when I'm on the daily chart, those important levels are always going to be previous month's highs and lows. So you can see I want to watch the reaction there. It can be very similar to the metals, where if we get a reaction here, we can look back towards our monthly open, that the highs around that area. Or if we kind of consolidate or get a retracement, we can look for a further breakdown on oil. My mind would be leaning towards a move back into the range. I just expect oil to remain up, continuing forward. I don't see a reason currently for it to just dump, but I can always be wrong on that.
That's interesting because this is why you've got to watch the charts, because there are a lot of people who are looking, I think, for for some more downside. We have a question from let me find you, Mark. RTY tends to strongly diverge from NQ and ES. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so if I'm watching RTY, I rarely do. I tend to focus on NASDAQ, the S&P, and the Dow. But with RTY, I would rather compare it with the Dow because they have a better correlation together. And so if you are looking for a correlation between markets with RTY, I would just look for YM.
Great stuff. And Fevin is asking, would you look at HG, please?
Yeah, we can go look at copper. So let's see how it's in. So copper is actually a bit stronger. We spoke about it down here. I was out of my position up here. But to me, it's still kind of range bound. So it can make a move higher. It is the stronger of the few. We have this little divergence here if you're comparing it to silver and gold, because silver and gold took out its previous month's low. It didn't. If I was looking for copper, I would just look to see if we can form a swing or a higher low in this gap right here, and then look to see it trade towards this range high. So that is what I would be looking for on copper. Most likely looking for that to occur tomorrow or Thursday, right? So Wednesday, Thursday would probably be the days that I would focus on copper if I'm looking for something. This is a reversal day. So that means price was bearish. It is now currently bullish. But if it closes like this, then I'd look for a continuation on Wednesday and Thursday.
Okay. And then Ryan asking, can you analyze EU and GU?
Sure, we can take a look at dollar first. Um, Dollar, right? Once again, I want to look at the previous month's highs and lows as a target. So marking this out, you can see, did we take that out? Not quite. So I would still remain bullish just on the dollar because we are in a bullish month. This is not looking quite like a reversal yet to me. I just want to see, can we form a swing right here? I'd want to see some sort of move higher here. Once again, probably leaning in towards Wednesday. The scenarios would be if we close like we are right here today, I'd be looking for a sweep of a previous day low to trade higher. Or if we close above this high, then looking for a continuation off of 50% of today's range. Or, we could go reach lower and I'm just wrong. But in the bullish scenario, that is what I'd want to see. It'd just be more so based off the closures today. I'm not super interested in dollar or euro or pound, but that is what I would be. I'd be bullish dollar. So that'd be giving me a bearish euro look. We can see which stronger, which weaker. Probably focused on euro. But nothing too interesting. I'd probably just wait for today to print and then it'll give you some more information.
Hmm. Uh, when you've got this range bound kind of day and you're waiting, are you just sidelined, or are you watching for the action today? Will you be participating? Are you just sort of plotting for when you need
The only thing I'd
super
really be
news?
interested in is I'd be watching 930 on indices and seeing if we can get some sort of move down into these lows. It's kind of the only thing for me today. Um, I do have some long swings open, so I'm just really only focused on shorting the indices in terms of hedging that position because I already have long exposure. So that's kind of it for me. Would be looking for a move back into here on indices. Nothing else is super great. I'd rather wait for Wednesday.
Hmm. All right, we're in wait and see mode with T-Trades. Another question: how do you define range trades, and what time frame do you decide on?
A range can be on any time frame, but it's really just a high and a low that price has not went and taken out in some period of time. And then I'm just focused on the extremes of that range and then the reaction around that. So you can use any time frame. For instance, this is a range, right? You can see price did not go take out this high for a period of time. We haven't taken out this low for a period of time. Once we take out the highs, then if we have a aggressive reaction, then I do favor looking towards the low in that range, right? And so it's kind of the same thing if we go take a look at oil and we switch the time frame to the daily chart. We can, once it loads, take a look at that, right? And I spoke about this on the previous Tuesdays, but you can mark out this high, you can mark out this high. Doesn't really matter to me because we're so far away from it right now. But you can see price has not taken out this low or this high in months. So that is our range high and our range low. Can you still participate in here? Sure. I just prefer to trade at those higher time frame points of interest, which are usually monthly highs and lows.
Yeah, even when it's something that hasn't gotten there in that long, then you're just not trading that market.
Yeah, it just depends. Like if a good example of this is I did avoid indices at, you know, this period because I just know that it's not really trending right here. When price is just in these highs and lows for so long. I would rather wait until the market takes out one side of this range or breaks out or does something because then it's just easier to trade. I prefer to trade trending markets, and that's how I do it. This can be really great for people who maybe sell options or trade back into the range, trade those consolidation days. I trade expansions most of the time, unless I'm, selling options or something. And so this is my type of setup, trading this move, not trading these moves right here. So.
Well, your move looks a lot more fun, but like an important reminder to know what style you're comfortable with, right? And
Yeah,
what works for you.
because some people like to trade those ranges and that's all they do and they struggle on trend days. I'm the opposite. So
All right, great stuff as always. Oh, one more. Can you look at 6S?
yeah, Swiss franc futures. Sure. Yeah, I mean, you could look at this. Like I said, I'm still bullish on dollar. So if that is the case, looking to see if this has a reaction. The only thing is that we already have a reaction at our previous day low, right? So you can see it went and took out this previous day low into this gap, has a decent reaction out of this. To me, this is more of a consolidation, but if you did want to frame something, it would be framing it as this creating the high of the day, and then you wouldn't want to see this high taken if we are going to trade lower back into a new low a day and towards these lows over here. And so if you want to do that, personally, I don't go below the 15-minute chart on something like Forex futures. So I just want to see if we form a new swing high in this area, basically a new lower high. You could look to trade that if you wanted. Like I said, I'm avoiding dollar right now because it's not clean to me. It's more of a consolidation. It hasn't been great lately. So, but hopefully that helps.
Fantastic. It certainly does. TTrades, always amazing to have you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Have a great
See
day.
you guys.
All right, everyone. Looks like a lot of sideways action, but the majority of you are bullish in the poll this morning. Coming into is neutral sideways. We saw that Trump, Craig put in the chat, tweeting that the Strait is going to reopen. So he's sticking to that narrative, but a lot of people on the sideline waiting for the Fed meeting tomorrow. All right, it's time to trade the open with Merritt, Black, and Chris. Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey,
good. How are you?
good morning.
You're sort of matching today. There's a lot of synchronicity going on here. Caps, dark. We gonna
Who wore it better?
Well, I mean, I cannot possibly choose that. Equal tie. Ties are allowed. We're in the World Cup. I mean, Spain tied, and they were supposed to get wiped out, I believe, by a tiny little country. So anything's possible. How are you guys feeling? Are you kind of sidelined today, or are you ready to get going? You see some opportunity?
Merritt? I'm never sidelined, man. I'm
I had a
always,
feeling you were going to say that, Merritt.
I'm always in there. I'm in a trade in the euro. I as many know, I don't always just sit there and trade the S&P or NASDAQ or whatever every day. And so today, when I scan across a dozen or so markets, I like what I'm seeing on the bullish side of the euro. It looks like if you look at this volume, you can see that we've broken out above it, right, from last week. And we've come in and we've retested and we found buyers off of that upper edge, right? My edge comes from the edges. And I'm just joining that volume and positioning against that edge. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. But if it's correct, we could be looking at, 172, some targets way up here higher to traverse some higher time frame references and whatnot. So
Fantastic
I've timed it up, a little bounce off of VWAP intraday. So everything's checking the boxes process-wise, and I like the position.
Awesome. Great stuff. Well, I'm sure Chris has thoughts about it, but I'm going to get out of the way and let you guys get to it. So have fun.
All right,
We
Maggie,
will.
you take
Have
care.
a good one.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
I would leave too if Merritt started talking. That's all I'm saying. She heard enough.
Oh man, you don't
Outta here.
waste any time these days, do you? You just launch right into it. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Chris. I'm gonna start calling you Christopher. When you upset me, I'm gonna start calling you Christopher.
I would
What?
take it. I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say.
It's kind of like, you remember The Office when he's like, what does he call Jim? Jimothy? May I call you Jimothy?
I don't remember that. Maybe they didn't pass that through in the captions for Spanish.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let me share my plan. So, we've moved up a lot from that buy point that Merritt said that he never shared to me. So I don't know what kind of friend that is.
You talking about last week when I was telling everybody to buy the equities off that inflection? Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah, when you told us the day later.
No. I told you on Tuesday. That was day 2 of me buying, but still.
No.
I was still adding exposure. I was sharing. Sharing is caring.
Tuesday. Oh, Wednesday night we did come back down to that area. Yeah. Very unfortunate. But okay, so we rallied up higher. Yesterday we consolidated for a bit and then we rallied just nonstop. We took out prior all-time highs. Now we're back testing that prior all-time highs in NQ. We're also into that sort of a breakout area here. If you can see, this was like an hourly wedge that attempted to break out higher, but into that push higher, we did have RSI divergence and quickly retrace back down. So this is the first area of support here. If we can hold, then we can see a bounce back up to the highs, maybe consolidate further. I know we have a big event tomorrow, so it makes me think that, hey, maybe we are going to start some consolidation, maybe a little bit of volatility into tomorrow's event. But if we do hold the push into highs, then can we see a new push to higher, to new all-time highs? Absolutely. If we fail this first support here, there is a strong support here into the 540s, 580s in NQ, which was the prior consolidation. And also the prior, if you guys remember this June consolidation, early June consolidation, this was a couple of day, maybe like a week-long consolidation. So we would be back testing that from above if we come back down to that 580s area, which is sort of like that main support area for me. But if we are to be range bound, can we undercut the overnight low and then bounce instead, right? So those are the possibilities here. Price is weak. There's a lot of leading names that I'm in the stock world that are gapping down. So maybe some sideways structure. If we fail to hold the 580s, then I would love a push down to the prior day low, the gap low, to engage in my own little swing. And I'll share it ahead of time for Merritt here. You know, if we come back down to that gap low, I would love for an opportunity to buy there for a possible bounce back up. What's up with you guys? How's chat doing?
We're going to have to start clipping my quotes from last Tuesday about how I was adding from trading outside, by the way, on a deck. I was adding long exposure in equities. Clip it. Finished all your trading overnight to watch the show in peace. There's no peace on this show.
Not on Tuesdays.
Not on Tuesdays. If you came for peace, I don't know.
Morning Cat, KTS, Dividend, Robbins, String Bean, Cooper, Morning All.
Why do we price some like the euro? Like, why is it priced in so many decimal places? Does anyone know the history behind that? Why we do that? Hey, look, I'm up 0.00010. Look, Ma.
Oh, couldn't tell you. Merritt does look younger.
No facial hair. Takes the years off.
Weakness.
It's a weakness.
Weakness in the tech world.
True, Jeff. Very true. Better than the yen.
What? El Liborio. I was like, Emilio. I don't know why that reminded me of that. You made me a profitable trader. I can't.
Let's go.
I can't accept that, but I appreciate that.
Let's go.
I use the 9 SMA and then the 20 EMA, not 21. All right, so we are into, well, we're failing to hold this breakout area here in NQ. We are quite oversold. So maybe we take out the overnight low and then bounce. Do a bounceroo.
Did you just say bounceroo?
You don't like ES or NQ today? Or not, you don't really trade NQ. You don't like ES?
Man, I can trade any of them.
Okay.
I traded RTY last week just for fun. S&P bullish, we broke above last month's balance, main balance area, so like 75.20 area. We've now broken above last week's balance edge, 75.38. But if we go to the chart, we are opening smack dab in the middle of yesterday's balance. And so I talk about this many times on this stream, opening up in the middle fat area of the prior session's distribution it's like a no edge situation. It's something has to, in fact, about to say something has to change. The market is signaling, the market is telling us when an overnight session spends all of its trading inside the main balance, especially inside the middle of the main balance from the prior session, nothing has changed. And nothing will change until something changes. So we monitor for a change there. Read the acceptance and look for something different to happen. I was tempted to short gold earlier. It just caught my eye, that little head fake up, but contextually, I'm not bearish gold. So yeah, S&P just not interesting at these levels. As opposed to last week, I was saying it was very interesting at those levels. So these things ebb and flow. It's super important that you, as a trader, have a reason to look at a chart and say, I'm very interested, or look at a chart and say, I have no interest here. I have no edge here, and be able to wait for and see where those opportunities might unfold. Strategy is knowing what to do when there's something to do. Tactics is knowing what to do when there's nothing to do.
Okay.
How do swing trades work with rollover? I've never done it. Well, if you want to maintain a swing position, you would have to literally roll over, right? So if you were long, the first expiry and we were rolling over to the second expiry, you would have to preferably simultaneously buy one and sell the other so you don't, miss out on anything, so to speak, as you roll that position.
All right.
I'll talk to you in just a little bit, okay? I'll come see you in a minute. Yeah, you're okay. Do I back adjust? Yes, I do. Answered this many times. You'll hear people say that back adjusting is evil, and you'll hear people say that back adjusting is the only way that anyone should operate. Both of those people are wrong. Back adjusting is personal to your strategy. If you are a trader that looks at something continuous like a VWAP across rollover, right? VWAP for the year, for example, like I look at. Back adjusting is it's common sense. It's a must do. If you're doing more, where did participants actually trade on this contract, support resistance, like actual, trading kind of stuff instead of this calculated value kind of thing, then no, back adjusting might not be the right play for you. So it depends on your tools and what you're doing.
I have odd question. I have not been to Dubai. What would make you ask that? Did you see somebody that looked like me in Dubai? Is this a good short below the 9? I don't know what time frame you're talking about. I don't know what you're looking at, my friend. What are the lower row of candles in your chart? That is this down here, cumulative delta. Chris, did I ever do a 9 to 5 job? Yes, I worked for Medtronic. I wanted to help people with their health, so I joined there while I was learning how to trade because I wanted to help people with health. I ended up finding out that a lot of people were, I was on the sell side, and a lot of people were dealing with their health problems, but the bigger underlying issue was financial literacy. A lot of people had, credit card debt. They had to move back to a family member's house because of a lot of medical debt. And so I realized that, hey, maybe I want to help people with their investments and financial stuff. And that's how I got into the industry. But yeah, I did do a 9 to 5. Dubai is a great vacation spot. I believe so. Only an hour away from you? That's fantastic. Enjoy it. So I'm still bullish. Just nothing bearish about this, but in the short term, maybe some back and forth, right, for tomorrow's event. We ran up quite a bit from that low, nonstop. Makes sense for us to consolidate, go test some prior breakout areas. Let's see how it goes. In the meantime, you guys can like the stream. Help the network out. And we can share some more insights every day. How about that? Going for 7R tonight? All right. At least
Challenge
6R.
accepted.
All right, so we're getting a little bounce here. We did not take out the overnight low, but we are flirting with this sort of breakout area from the overnight session around 830s. We did undercut the prior all-time high as well from like a week, 2 weeks ago, June 3rd. We're dancing in that area. So if we can hold here, we should be bouncing into the 15-minute 9MA, which could be into this 900 zone. And we just triggered a 9MA reversal, which is the setup I take, but being patient here so I can see how the open looks like. See if we can form a little bit of a wedge, or maybe volume comes in at the open. So we'll see. Yep, KTS. It's a reality for a lot of people. Even I faced that myself when I was sick. Thanks for those.
Short some crude oil.
You would have to go back and study that rule, Isaac. Go back in time and see if that's a rule that you need to implement or not. It also depends on location. If you're buying like support and you enter and it's dancing around your entry, to me, there's nothing wrong because if it's like a viable support area, then you'll only be invalidated if it makes a new low. So if you bought that and it's sitting around your entry, then to me, I mean, that's pretty much what I do in my reversals. If the stop has not been taken out, then it's still healthy. It still can push up higher later in the day after some chop.
I agree. I think a lot of people confuse impatience with it's like they talk themselves into this like justified scratch out because deep down they're not patient with the trade.
Yep.
One thing that's helpful for a lot of my students and for that is we typically use volume-based charts. And so you can and do lose a sense of time when you're looking at volume-based charts because they have nothing to do with time. So having up a similar time-based chart somewhere, a 3-minute chart, a 5-minute chart, something like that. Even looking at a 30-minute chart sometimes, if you're really buying a reversal where let's say you're getting long, but the 30-minute bar that you're just looking at is a big down bar, well, guess what might need to happen? The next 30 minutes might form a little bit of a doji before the 30 minutes after that really reverse out of there and allow your trade to work. So time is a thing. You know, markets don't just move in straight lines. They have to slow down, stall out, turn. Sure, sometimes we get crazy V bottoms and things like that, but common sense awareness of how much time things take to unfold can help you stay in a trade that's not just immediately working with beautiful momentum in your favor. I'm going to scratch out of that crude trade. I'll look to re-enter if it starts to turn again. It's one of my least favorite patterns to trade here in crude.
Wait,
Amongst tradable
touch on
patterns,
that?
that is.
You were in a trade that you said it's one of the least favorite
Amongst
patterns.
tradable patterns.
Chris, what's your entry? I don't have a trade on here. There's a little box that says if one of us is in a trade here, and it says no position for me, so no trades. I am waiting. Chris, when drawing the higher low and lower low, do they reset when we begin a new chop zone or close below the 9 SMA? The structure resets when you reverse the structure, meaning this is a downtrend, right? Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. And then bounce into the 9 SMA, that's the lower high. So that's your complete downtrend. When we reclaim the lower high and start to push higher, that at that point it's reset because now you're seeing a high, higher low, higher high, higher low structure. Does that make sense? It has nothing to do where price closes. It's, do we reclaim the last lower high in the downtrend? Yes or no? If so, then by definition, we are no longer in a downtrend. We are now in a higher high, higher low structure. The candle shape doesn't matter. Where the candle closes doesn't matter. It's the candle lives inside the sequence, and only when that sequence gets invalidated do we now start a different trend structure, and then that resets. And you just continue tracking that over time. LOL. Hey, Gil. Yeah, the tape is kind of slow. We're just in the middle of rollover. It was super slow last night. I got some slippage in my IB trades. No fun. What do we get today? Okay, guys. Maybe a low activity day for me today. We're just gonna chop around. And I don't really short in an uptrend, so I'll probably miss a drop. Am I bullish or bearish? I'm bullish because we're above the daily 9 MA, and that's the trend filter I look at. Can it be neutral up here into tomorrow's event? Yes. So then I sort of say, okay, sideways to higher, unless a support zone is invalidated. But I would still be bullish. But, you know, the probabilities of a directional push higher can change. So for now, I'm neutral, sideways to higher, unless 580s in NQ fails. But anything above 580s, even with the retracement, I still think this is just sideways structure. There's really nothing bearish about up this. We're consolidating near all-time highs, correcting through time currently. Also, we're coming into a 3-day weekend. We're also 4th of July, you know, so you have to think of like seasonality, and all these stocks are all-time highs. Sort of, you know, repeat that same structure almost year after year where you just drift into that holiday. We'll see how the IB trade does this morning. Yeah, that too. My stocks are dancing around. Oh, they're up a little bit right now. CrowdStrike doing well. Mixed, ARM is gapping down. Just ran up quite a bit. NBIS gapping down as well, but it's quad witching. Oh, it is. It is. Good. I had forgotten that. So there's gonna be a lot of oh, it's on. See what we get here, guys. A strong divergence here to start off the morning. Yep, gonna be patient.
Stopped out of crude oil. Euro still just chopping around VWAP, not doing much. We'll give it room. Re-entered crude oil.
Let's see.
A lot of bar-to-bar overlap in this sequence in crude. Need to see a little bit more of what we call a medium-term shift to get involved
Okay.
if this momentum doesn't persist to the downside.
Oh, look, this ES moving. We're getting some rotation.
What are you talking about?
Me?
Yeah.
Me? Just hanging around.
Oh, me? Oh, me? S&P ain't moving.
Rotation. ES is not moving? What do you mean? Versus NQ?
I don't know about versus NQ, but it's still inside its overnight sideways, barely moving range.
Listen, did it move
So
up
no,
from
it's not moving.
76.28 to 76.29? Yes or no?
I missed that. I agree. There was a 3-point blip up. I agree.
Oh, soybeans up on the open. Big soybean trader.
Big beans guy. Soybeans, chat, is a good market to add into the repertoire. Soybeans is very tradable. It's got enough liquidity. It's not some, it's not like trading frozen concentrated orange juice or something. It's a good market.
What's going on with my stocks here? Why are they going down? Wait a minute. Stop it. They're going the wrong way. I got to close some. Pourquoi? Why are my orders coming through there?
All right, the euro is making a push here, chat. Finally leaving our VWAP area, so we'll see if they can sustain anything.
All right, let's see. We just undercut the overnight low in NQ. Pretty big bounce from there. Wow. Semi-strong bounce. Okay. Good level. Good first support that we're bouncing from in NQ. Let's see if it can generate a higher low now. And then I can possibly engage there. If not, might just be chop and we go back down. IGV, what's IGV doing?
This crude oil short is the dumbest trade I've ever been in my life. We got to get a little favorable excursion here and get the heck out of this one. Paulo says, Merritt, in rollover week, do you trade differently? I don't know about differently, but definitely stupider. Tradition mostly. More than average, true. That's a technical term. All right, I'm just going to scratch out of crude oil and pretend that that never happened. So if you really want to know the mistake in crude oil, I really just kind of tried to get away with a short-term pullback trade for no really good contextual reason. And when I really give the contextual charts a looking over, it says, "What are you doing, buddy?" And so that's all I have to say about that. Still in the euro here. How's the S&P trading? A lot of bar-to-bar overlap, not very clean movement as expected. Gold with some good rotations.
Q's not doing much here. There's nothing for me to do. Some names are pulling back. Yeah, NQ's all over the place. Softer is weak. Some semis are strong, some are not. Mags are a little bit all over the place. But we're so far holding this overnight low. There's nothing for me to do here. Maybe it breaks out from here and pushes out, but it's just sideways structure for now. Nothing for me. All right, we're holding, pushing.
Yeah, I bought some NQ on that little push into VWAP for the stop run through those highs.
Oh, okay. Chris, can you tell me what you need to see when you take your IB trade? Is it similar to the Is it similar when you trade the Asian IB strat? Yes. Both are the same strategy. One's just on the New York IB, the other is the Asia IB. I can tell you what I'm looking for once we get to that time in 45 minutes.
I quickly got out of the NQ position once it failed to maintain through VWAP and through those highs. The reason for being in was no longer true. Needed momentum to stay in. We'll short a little NQ here.
Choppy.
Two boppy.
Choppy, two boppy.
Keep going for new highs here.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a higher low, two higher lows that held. So far, as long as we can continue holding that support, we can push back up to 890s, 900s.
NQ is in delta divergence. So what does it mean? What does it mean? What do you think it means?
Who, me? Just hanging around.
Jimbo or whoever asked the question.
Just hanging around, okay? Rate it higher, guys. No entry for me. See if we can just push out. I probably would have, if I was feeling aggressive, I probably would have looked for the buy into the higher low here, to the 9MA. That was the first pullback into it that held. And now we can push up to the 900 zone. Nice. JWR. Yeah, it's too choppy for me. I'm okay waiting. And BE is on fire. Oh, crowd now wants to bounce? This mofo.
Scratched out of the euro because we continue to just come right back to VWAP. Not liking what I'm seeing on the tape there. No positions at the moment. What's the S&P doing? Not much.
Yeah, both of them are not doing much. WTF. Chop chop. Not much for me this morning, guys. There's no reason for me to allocate risk at the moment. What is moving? What's gold up to?
Yeah, I just flipped through every market I watch, and I still euro long is still the only thing I like against this, call it 162.50 zone. Still like it. May look to re-enter it once the sellers finish whatever they're what stops they're running or whatnot. Hop back in that. But other than that, in Q, yeah, maybe in Q's trying to push up to 592 or something.
Man, BE is so strong.
Oh, that's June contract. Prices. $8.95. Where NQ's kind of trying to push. Got close, but Yeah. I've rolled. I was just looking at an older quote board price on a different screen. We're on SEP. Yeah, that's essentially the same area I'm looking at. 912, that whole upper edge of yesterday's profile. That's what we're pushing towards. That's why I tried that initial long through VWAP. It was just too messy to hold on to. Then I did some more stupid stuff.
Still grinding higher. It's just choppy. Come on. What a failed breakdown. It got me. All right, back down.
Sellers showing up.
I'm watching. There's nothing wrong with watching, Deep. This is not my environment. Why do I need to open up my risk in here? I'm a trend follower. Where's the trend here?
Oh, Mr. Monopoly. I don't know how those guys trade, so I couldn't compare what I do to them.
This is the scalpers market.
This is nobody's market. Although I am up 50 points on this NQ short.
Right now we're stuck in a range between 740s and 890s. Pretty much here where the IB is building out. So mean reversion back and forth. What would change this? Acceptance at either side. And then that can be a change in character. So far, just sideways.
Tape getting squirrely.
How are you guys doing this morning? Trading okay?
No.
You're not? I'm sorry to hear that. What's SpaceX up to? Oh, look at that. How much is it up? It's up 47% from the IPO price. Cooper, how's trading going since the meetup? What did you pick up? Doing better? What did you stop doing?
Push them.
Thanks, Robin.
That's
I'm
going to be the
glad
low, right?
you can say what?
That'll be the low, right? Right, chat? Right there. That's the low. Well, we've retraced 40% of it.
Everything is worse, Cooper. Come on.
A lot of traders are drawing down right now. In general, the past couple weeks, a lot of traders are in drawdowns.
Why?
I think people who are more trying to trade breaks of balance areas and failures of balance areas and more kind of support, horizontal support resistance, whether it's profiling or not. You're seeing these huge gaps and moves away from those areas, and things are kind of shaken up a bit, as opposed to kind of more normal. Oh, you get a breakout, it's tradable, price expansion or failures from edges, things like that. I'm seeing a lot of traders in drawdown right now, and I keep track of a lot of traders' P&L. Rollover, right? I mean, there's the recipe is there. Order flow gets a little wonky for those guys around order flow.
But even with the order flow in, how you're saying, describing it, wouldn't the narrative of the market structure have more or take more priority in their decision making?
Not for all traders, no. Some traders are not looking at what I call context at all. They're pure order flow traders, right?
I see. So to me, that feels like they're missing a big part now.
I agree. I think, what's the one thing in my my Twitter bio? Context is king. Context matters.
Yeah, I feel like many more would do so much better if they understood, if they looked at the whole picture and understood the structure to give them a context, and then apply their tools, right? Like order flow or whatever, Fibonacci, whatever. But you need context. How are you going to know how to drive if you don't know the conditions of the road? I don't agree with that, Biz. Market structure has it gone through consolidations? Yes, but it's been pretty I mean, I don't want to be rude, but it's been pretty clear. We were in a huge uptrend. We pulled back, first pullback to a strong support, consolidated a bit, and then we rallied back up.
Told you guys that was low day. Yeah, I don't know. Look, it's the eye of the beholder. We have to admit that, right? Like, some conditions are fruitful for some people and some are not. One man's garbage is another man's treasure, right? That is so true in trading, in terms of what conditions and what streaks of luck. Sometimes you get lucky that you pass on this and take this and are in that and not in this. There is short-term luck in trading, and I think a lot of people don't want to admit that because they think it's their secret indicator that makes all the P&L. But luck is a factor, just like in a poker tournament or anything else. In the short run, luck is a factor, and different conditions are going to work well for different people, just depending on how you frame things and see things.
We're not even having much. I mean, I guess we had some kind of expansion from the 750s to 880s, but it's a very tight range. Larry asks, I feel like I lost my edge and it's compounding. Is it me or different market structure? Any advice? Welcome. I would say that of course it's you, right? Like it's ultimately us, but maybe your view of market structure is different from what the actual market is telling you. Maybe you do really well in one environment and not in this one, where we're sort of in a large consolidation. But I would say that, the opportunity here is that you're getting shown where you need to improve on, and you can always take a step back, go back and review similar market environments and just become an expert at it, right? If you already do well in trending environments and we're not trending so much right now, then there's nothing wrong with spending a month and going back over the last 5 years and going day by day through those consolidations. That's what I've done in the past. And now I understand ranges better, right? I know how to trade them better. But that's always about taking a step away and removing your emotions out of it, so you can stop trading, stop the bleeding, and step back into it slow, right? Risk very little. Do one of those prop accounts where your risk is the purchase that you got.
All right. So Larry says, I feel like I lost my edge. It's compounding. Is it me or different markets? My take on that would be data driven with what the results are showing you. You need to understand where that edge has been. And, I wish so badly you were in our tooling right now and I could pull up your stats the way we do things and see it. I would look at where your rolling 20 trade sample size performance ratio has been and where it is now relative to those ebbs and flows, where it is relative to global benchmarks for performance. And then from there, I would start to break down the components of your edge. I would say, well, what's gone wrong more, if if applicable? Is it a win percent problem, right? Is all of a sudden your win percent gone to 20% and it's kind of hovering around that area? Or is it a risk reward issue? Has your average winner relative to your average loser, that ratio, has that plummeted maybe from where you were maintaining 2-to-1, 3-to-1 during better times? If that's the case, then we have to split that apart even further and we have to take a look. Are you not doing a good enough job keeping losses small? Or is it your average winner that's come down and now all of a sudden that's killed the ratio? If that's the case, we want to dive into max adverse excursion and max favorable excursion and take a look if profits have even been there to take at all, or we look at your efficiency ratio, exit efficiency, and see that that's plummeted, that you have been getting favorable excursions, but you haven't been doing a good job of paying yourself well. That is the data-driven approach that we take at Apteros to looking at a trader when performance starts to fall away from your standards and global standards. So if you can do those things, that's what I would do. And then at the end of the day, you need to figure out, based on where you find that issue in that data, is it you or is it the market? Have you not adapted to a higher vol? Are you, we now track something called process adherence. So we take a look at, for all the setups you're trading, which ones are in process versus ones that you've defined as out of process. We look at trade quality scores across different metrics in terms of how was your entry timing for this trade? How was your trade management for this trade per your process? And if those scores are starting to degrade, that means you're the problem, right? A lot of times it's us that's the problem. So anyways, I know that's a lot, but that is strong recommendation for how to start to take a look at a period of underperformance. Not good selling on this down move here, back towards the lows, but on weak delta. I probably need to look to come out of this short if we can't start to see some decent sellers on the tape, if we can't start to at least try to probe below this kind of 815 area.
This is since what time? 5:45. So an hour and a half in this range. Looks like acceptance, and maybe we can break down. In NQ, ES is being held up by cyclicals, which are doing well. Industrials, all-time highs. Small caps, green. Yeah, tech is all over the place. So maybe we do break down here now. 15-minute looks like it wants to break down and push down to new lows. Yep.
You got it, Larry. Final piece of advice on a period of underperformance and drawdown. Take the foot off the gas. Don't do like I did for so many years and just use that as an excuse to put the gas pedal down harder. Don't do that. Don't be like me.
Don't do that.
Don't do it. No, no, no. All right, chat. Here's the second place I should exit this trade. I would just I'm pretty much looking for a stop run of these overnight lows. This is pretty much down to the wire here on this. We'll take our 100 points and be done. Push, push, push. Push, push, push. And flat for 120. No, you're right. My Merritt's win rate is not high, but Merritt's risk reward is pretty cool. Merritt's like 1 for 8 today and up on the session.
Ooh, not ready for that. All right, so we're getting that breakdown from that 15-minute consolidation. So now we can push down into hopefully let me see, wait. We do have R side divergence on these new lows. But if we do see follow through, then we can see 580s in NQ, which is an area that I'm interested in a long. But we need to have follow through, right? We can still bounce from here because we do have some type of divergence that's setting up. And we also, are we into the 9 MA on the 4-hour? We are into the 9 MA on the 4-hour. So let's see what happens. Yeah. Seeing some follow through here now.
JW, you won't believe the tech that we're using right now on that front. It will be something that we release probably early next year, but right now it's in testing, and it is you guys, I don't say a lot of crazy stuff, a lot of blowing smoke, things like that, but what I have a company and that will be releasing something that will change the game in terms of the trader operating system that you can use as you do your work. We'll put it that way. Yep, something that knows your process, something that helps you measure process adherence, like I was talking about earlier, something that can gain real insights, not just give you like 200 metrics to stare at and kind of like figure out on your own. Pretty incredible stuff we're building right now. We might have to get back into.
All right, it's almost time for the
Euro.
IB trade here.
Why did I exit my my NQ short? Given all the context we've talked about today and everything, and as I said, leading into the exit, all I was looking for was kind of a stop run through those overnight lows, kind of a capitulation, which I saw right here as we took those out. So to me, that's just a picture perfect exit on a day like today where there's not a lot of expectation for like a big trend day and things like that. So I don't know Chris's stats. I remember we talked about he had like a 10x ROMAD, return divided by max drawdown. That means the risk adjustedness of the return streams is most likely very, very good in my eyes. But I don't know all the stats.
It has a where's my sheet? Let's see. So its win rate is 49.2%. Average win 2.1 R. Average loss, of course, 1 R. Expectancy rate 0.529 R. 10% max drawdown so far. I feel like there will be more. There can be more. But it's made quite a bit of money, so
yeah, super strong stats for sure.
I'm happy with that. 350% return on my money since March, only a 10% drawdown, 11% drawdown for my account. And yesterday I was $500 away from recuperating the drawdown, but the Asia IB strat did go through a loss, so I'm still in a drawdown since the 14th. So it's been a month. I did miss 2 trades, so that would have recuperated my drawdown, which is aligned with the 1 month recovery. So, but human errors made me miss the trades, and so I have to continue to trade. Yeah, it's all in the 2-minute. It's just my winners are so much better. Like they're so big compared to the losers that, the win rate, it matters, but at the same time.
I was actually surprised it was 2.1.
Why?
Because it's
like good or bad? Surprised.
No, it's good, point blank, like full stop. The stats are good, but for what I see as a trend following longer hold times, because I know you've said about, hey, we held this to the close, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
I would have thought you'd had some enough monster R winners in there to even to take it higher than 2. That was just, I was a little surprised. I guess you're scaling out quicker for 1R or something and kind of like...
No, it's half off is at 2R, 25% off at 4R, and then 25% at 6R.
Well, then it's impossible for your average winner to be 2R.
Why?
If it's systematically half off at 2, some more off at more than 2, and some more off at more than 2, then the average can't be 2. It has to be higher than 2.
My losses are just more. Like there's more losers than winners.
That's a win percent thing, not a risk reward thing. You might have a miscalculation on your average R on that for average winner.
Could it be that it? So I do notice that in stronger months, like in March and April, was phenomenal period. Could it be that in that concentration it'll be higher? Of course, I feel like it would be.
You know what it might be is you might be getting a decent amount of times, as AJV is saying, you're getting scaled, and then the rest is stopping. So you end up with these winners that are 0.25 R, right? After like
yeah, there's a lot of those.
Yeah, so that's what it is. That's what it is. It's the amount of times that you're getting scaled and then stopped on the remainder. So it's bringing down that average winner. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Cool.
There's a lot where it'll hit 2R, I take half off, and then the rest gets stopped out.
Yep.
Like a lot of those, because we're not, the market trends only 2 months out of the year, 3 months, and then takes like a 2-month break. In that break, that's when you go through a lot of half partials, half stopped out. And so I make most of the money in those trending periods. The other periods are just sort of like minimize the drawdown.
Sure. Heck, I was on the phone not too long ago with a hedge fund manager, big name on Twitter, just fantastic guy. You guys probably know him, but his whole secret sauce, and they say this publicly. This is not me giving anything away. They're running a vol strategy where they really hit some home runs when the long vol. But the thing that they do better is they survive the low vol periods while positioning and spending money to make money when vol spikes.
Yep.
They have ways of being a little more sideways rather than giving it all back during those underperformance times, which is part of the system. It's part of the design. Too many retail traders are beside themselves during periods of underperformance or periods of sideways P&L, and they just think I need to be making, and it leads to compounding mistakes, quite frankly. You got to be okay with periods of sideways performance, and the more you can have strong times where the equity curve has a certain slope to it, and the weak times where your equity curve looks more like a choppy bull flag, right? That's really good. That's really high quality equity curve. And that's something that, as someone who runs a desk, I look for those kind of things. And if you don't have a drawdown in your track record, then I'm probably not interested in your track record.
Hey, I hope it works, Ria. Yep, Andre. Yeah, not all trades go to target.
Yeah, that's it.
They go to target when we're trending like in a one directional move, higher or lower. When we're ranging, it's not. No, not for that strategy. Yeah. I just feel like I don't need to change anything more. Like it's already made 330% in 3
Guys,
months.
he's crushing it. Leave him alone.
In a good year, can I make 1,000%? Probably, maybe. Who am I to get in there and try to make it better?
Who do you think you are? I am. One of the greatest clips of all time.
combined, the New York and then the Asia IB strat, I both are over 500% combined, but I'm trying to minimize that and say, okay, if I can just achieve 500% a year on an aggressive portion of my overall, personal fund, then great. I'm risking a lot. I'm risking 4% per trade. Am I okay losing the, 50 grand I have in there? Sure, because I'm making it up from my other day trades, my swing trades. But can I turn that 50 grand into $500,000 in a year? So that's the goal for that account. I just said, I see myself as a multi-strat fund within my own portfolio allocation. Well, we got that breakdown. What am I using to make 800% leveraged futures? That is what I'm using.
Yeah, people don't understand. I have over 4x'd my long-term account since like April. People just don't understand the leveraged futures.
I mean, it's just insane when you can find an opportunity, risk 2,000 to 5,000. If the trade goes well, you're making anywhere between 15 to 40,000. Like, that's insane.
Well, the thing is that most people never learn to hold trades like that, and so they never see that type of R multiple. It's one of the hardest things to master. Nobody is more uncomfortable in any cycle of trading other than holding open winners. That is the most uncomfortable and one of the hardest mental hurdles to break through as a trader. Everybody has said that, from Jesse Livermore to whoever modern day.
And what's funny? You need to do that to have outsized winners. I mean, you need to do that in swing trading. I would suggest you guys try swing trading. You'll learn how to hold better. You'll realize that holding for 2 hours is nothing when you're holding for 2-3 weeks.
Andre, I think I know what you're talking about. It's not a delay and just consistent slippage on actual execution. What it is, there, especially on your first trade of the day, I've noticed it's simply a delay from the front end showing you. The execution is fast, it's good, it's not latency, that type thing. There is a front end small delay of showing you the position that you've put on, especially the first trade of the day. It's something I've noticed. But no worries on it.
If we can pull back here for a higher low, I'm interested in a long. We have our side divergences down here. 15-minute as well. Oh no, 15-minute, there is none. What's my max drawdown? I shared the 10% so far. And guys, I would be okay with the 30% drawdown, right? You have to just think about that. 30% drawdown for 300% possible KAGR. The SPY has a 50% drawdown for 20%.
Where people arrive at, if you go deep enough into what kind of return stream and risk profile, if you go deep enough into that world, it's a little bit crazy, but where you arrive at is that you just press this button or this lever, you just adjust this lever. You could create anything you want. You could take it. It comes down to what type of risk of ruin do you want to take on. That's what it comes down to. You could run the exact same strategy, one in which you make 10% a year with a 5% max drawdown, right?
Yeah.
You could take that exact same strategy, run it on a different tier of leverage, and you could make 100% a year with a max drawdown of 50%. Those strategies are the exact same thing. In fact, if I'm looking at two traders or even two funds and they have that, that's just different leverage of the exact same return stream. And so that's why the fund world uses things like return divided by max drawdown or Sharpe or Sortino ratios, because it normalizes those things. You might get into kind of average margin to equity ratios or things like that to take a look at the leverage being used. But yeah, you could take the same strategies and run them at different vols or different leverages.
I don't think people even think about what they do. You got to think about strategies, guys, not just showing up and trading. Like, what's your strategy? What's the objective of what you're trying to do? Are the parameters of what you've created help you reach that objective?
What's the design drawdown? What conditions does it underperform in?
Yeah. And, unfortunately, a lot of beginning traders and traders in year 2 to 5 aren't really doing the work to understand that. But if you don't do that, how are you going to have confidence in a drawdown? You're in a drawdown, but you just see yourself losing, and you don't understand the concept of drawdown because you don't understand the boundaries of the underperforming period in your strategy, because ultimately you don't have a strategy. So you just see it as a losing, and you're losing. You guys have to focus on strategy creation.
Merritt, how would you teach trading to a friend? The exact same way I teach it to a stranger. In fact, I have a golfing buddy who was in a position where he had a lot of free time and wanted to learn trading. I put him in my NADRO course. We got connected on Discord, and I treated it exactly the way I would treat anyone I'm looking. There's no preferential treatment or something different that I offer a friend that I don't offer a student. To me, a student is a friend. That sounds corny, but I'm serious about building traders, and there's no smoke and mirror, and there's no bull crap, and it's the best of what I have to offer and teach is what I've put into the world. So that's what I would give to a friend. He ended up getting a new job though, and unfortunately couldn't keep learning.
This is just an EMA cloud. I know Barkey, but this is not his. This is just I think the guy who created EMA clouds was Ripster. Maybe somebody before him. But this is just an EMA cloud that I created with Ninja.
That is there's some truth in that, Mr. Josh Platinum. I would tell a friend to run away. You do. Maybe that is one thing I might do with a friend in particular, even a little more strongly, is say, look, this is going to be a couple-year journey. This is not something you're going to take a course and start printing money, and I don't know. I tell that to everyone anyways, but that's definitely something you would let your friend know is, hey, this is super, super tough, and it's not just something you're going to pick up overnight.
Okay, so I'm looking for a higher low here because this is an area that I want to engage in. We are quite oversold on the 15-minute and NQ. Hourly's just getting there. There's still some selling there. The Qs are into the gap low. Semis are still selling off a bit. Semis back tested prior day low and rejected. If this gap low does not hold on the Qs, then we go to 340s, 430s.
Cocoa's up 8.5% today. The cocoa. I'm in love with the cocoa.
It's trying to put in a higher low here, but still getting rejected. So if we don't hold here, the new lows. I'm still interested in a long.
Mark says, I'm so frustrated because I'm experienced. I keep my losses small, but I just keep taking too many small losses despite trying not get seduced by every trade on my 3-minute chart. Arr. So Mark the Pirate is frustrated. I mean, there's a couple things. One, you could take a look at what entry parameters you want to be leaning on in terms of a process for timing entries, okay? And make sure that that's being adhered to, that you're not jumping the gun, you're not shooting at every little thing that moves just because of whatever chart. Make sure that you've got process and process is being adhered to, just like some of the tech we're building to that start to monitor that for traders. Make sure that that's there, because if that's not there, then really nothing else matters. That's where you begin. From there, you want to take a look at what setups are working and what setups are not, right? So this XYZ play is working versus this ABC play is underperforming. Maybe you cut out the ABC trades because they're simply not showing positive expectancy. You put them back on in the test accounts, and you start making look at tweaks that could be made if you can make them profitable. If not, they're just in the trash can. You know how much stuff I've got in the trash can that I used to trade, had really good ideas that I was excited about, built tools, did all kinds of things. You know how overflowing my wastebasket is of trading ideas and things? It's way, 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 way bigger than any other part of my trading that I actually apply and do and stuff. And that's a good thing. So anyways, process, playbook would be the next phase of things to look at, what's working, what's not. And then skill around what I kind of call short-term skills. Maybe you're getting in at areas where it's not really, if you're a pullback trader like me, we take a look at things like rhythm. Has there been enough of a counter rotation before you start being willing to take those paper cuts? Has there been enough of a confirmation and momentum shift to have you pull the trigger? And that might go back towards process creation for entry timing and what you're trying to do there, and building up the skills and prowess. So there's a lot of pieces to that, but those are the areas where I would start and look first.
What happened to that trade? It didn't work. Put it on, took a stop. What else could have happened? I put it back on. I was looking for a higher low. We're reclaiming the 9 MA now. We'll see if it works. I took a minus 0.5 R stop on the first attempt. And then this is the higher low attempt. And if it doesn't hold, then we'll make a new low and I'll wait for the next spot. But the Qs came down into the gap low. We have divergences here. No IB trade for today, guys. We are way below. We are below the IB low, so there's nothing for that strategy. All right, the higher low is holding so far. Let's see if we can bounce up into the 25% mark of the IB. If not, we'll take a stop. I am risking around 30 points. Tape's still heavy. Yes, I only trade the IB strat with NQ. I would not like to trade ES because I swing trade tech stocks and all the AI names that are going higher. So my view is that in trading NQ is the same thing as trading those AA stocks. And so it'll make more in uptrends than ES. So I trade it. ES is holding much better. Looks like I'll take a stop here. I believe our Twitter links are in the information on the YouTube. If you scroll down, you can see our links. All right, took a stop on that idea. We'll continue to wait. IB is the initial balance. It's the first hour of the market open. Yes, sir, Cooper. Should I buy?
Great questions today, chat. Really enjoyed hanging out with you guys. A pleasure as always.
Hello.
Good
Hey.
afternoon.
Morning, or I should say, is it noon? No.
No,
I
it's
mean,
morning.
it's morning.
Come on,
Morning.
Chris.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I
How are you guys?
was long from that prior day low sweep and sold it on the way up to this green line, right at 680s up into 710s. And then I had a few runners that just now got stopped out. I was considering getting back in, but it looks still pretty heavy down here. So I'm just waiting.
Yeah.
I'm in a wait and see mode.
Does your hat say Ulna?
No, sir. It says Unk because that's what they call me.
Ulna?
Who gifted that to you?
UNC Unk.
Salma, you're in trades?
UNC Chapel Hill?
Merritt. I'm sorry, brother. It's short for uncle.
You're an uncle?
I can't tell if he's
You're an
trolling or
uncle?
not.
No, I'm just messing around.
Yeah, Chris, I'm currently short.
We'll have to do a class, Merritt, on how the Gen Zers speak.
You know, I'm too old to learn at this point.
You're not, because I'm actually older than you. So if I can learn it, you can.
My what do they call it? My biological age? What is it where they test your cells? And
Are you
The
trying to
fact that
tell
you
us that
even
you're like
know what
60
that
right now?
is.
from trading for 20 years, my biological age or whatever is.
Your biological age is 65?
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Oh. Does
Just in
that
time
does that
for,
mean you start getting those cards in the mail for Medicare, Medicaid?
Let's just say he gets a discount at.
Say it, Chris.
What's that restaurant called?
Choose your next words carefully.
What's that restaurant called?
He's got that blue pill discount.
Hey, yo.
You know, I was just about to say that. I guess it's just like being a male of a certain age, but it's like the internet thinks I have ED. I don't have ED, but the internet thinks I do. You know, you get a lot of ads for that.
Is Leo actually older than Merritt? Yes, I am.
I'll be 40 this year.
You got a ways to catch up, man. The big 4-0.
Yeah.
What are you going to do to celebrate?
I'm having a little golf outing at my club, and Later, we're gonna go to Baha Mar in the Bahamas.
The Bahama. I've been there. It's really nice.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
super nice resort. It's a good time.
yeah.
Just get ready to spend an absurd amount of money on water and an absurd amount of money on pizza. I think a pie of pizza there, small, tiny, costs like $40. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
But
I've been there
it's
once
fun.
before. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Salma, I'm done hearing about these old geezers. I'm
all
gonna
right.
get out of here. I don't need to hear about their ED and Medicaid.
Chris, you're not too far behind, my friend.
He sees
This
his
is
face. I'm
crazy.
28. Okay.
According to Tanya, you are, yeah.
right,
Everyone
Merritt.
thought Chris was so young.
Good sesh as always.
Yes,
See you
sir.
next Tuesday,
Enjoyed it.
my friend. You guys enjoy your sesh, right?
Good luck, you two. See you.
All right. Ciao,
All
guys.
right.
Take care, guys.
See
Bye,
you
chat.
later.
Bye-bye.
Later.
What's up, Leo?
Just another day in paradise.
Did you get rid of that snake? I've been
The
worried
snake-
for you.
The snake is still here. Nothing. There's an oven that has it's like on 4-inch risers, right? So you can see under the oven, and there's a wall obviously behind the oven, and there's an opening, and it's in the wall. That's all I know. It came out. I saw it. I was trying to get position to remove it. It started to slither away back into its thing, and I saw it go back into the wall. So it's inside the house. I mean, it's inside the walls, I'll say.
Bro, you got yourself a squatter. That thing
I
does
know,
not want to leave.
right?
At least it's a small snake.
Yeah,
Like
it's a baby.
it'll grow.
It's a baby garden snake. They do eat mice. So if we have mice in the attic, inside the house, maybe it can just be a protector of our house.
Just know the more mice they eat, the more it grows, the worse it's going to get for you. See where I'm going with this?
Consistently protecting us.
You just leave it
if
be.
it's our protector, I'm gonna let it protect who am I to stop it from carrying out its design.
Fair enough. Oh, there you go. Unskilled says, and the name is very ironic. Going to need to get another snake to send it in for the other one. So in order for you to fix the solution or fix the problem with this garden snake, the solution is to get another snake. Unskilled. I don't know how great of an idea that is, my friend. It's just a garden snake. Yeah, it's just a garden snake until it's in your house. All right. Anyway. Any hooski.
Kind of a pretty big reversal on the day here. I guess the question that I'm asking myself is, we looking for continuation here for this move to continue to run to the downside, or are we going to see a low that buyers, as they do, show up with great force?
Well, I would like to see a continuation lower. I mean, you have NQ sitting at, I think this is what I have to be previous day low. Yeah, you have it. It swept previous day low. You got the Russell being weak. I would like ES to continue lower. We're not too far away from sweeping previous day low.
Isn't the Russell always weak?
No. Last week, the Russell was the one that was leading the pop off the open. I don't know if you remember last week, but every single day we'd open up, we'd pop at open, and then around 10 a.m., Russell starts to turn over and then takes everything down with it. I've been looking at the Russell and gold a lot to tell me the story and like what might happen. But the only thing right now is Google is pumping and Tesla's trying to make new high a day. So that's and Apple as well. Those are like my main concerns right now for the short.
Are you in a short?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's risky because it's a re-entry on shorts. It looked really good when I got on stream, but not really loving this push here. Want to see us close below 17 on ES. Yo, mama, don't try and stir the pot. Don't you
Who's stirring the
dare.
pot?
Yo, mama.
What's your mama saying?
What do
Leo
you-
is that old and don't remember last week? Are you trying to say something, Salma?
No, not at all. I typically don't remember yesterday, so for me to remember last week is pretty impressive.
SpaceX options start today, by the way.
Yes, I see it all over the flow feed. Just getting hammered.
Really curious. You have ditched Delta Map and Delta leg to leg from your execution chart. No, I haven't ditched anything. The leg to leg stuff we're working on, so it's just on a dedicated chart that I'm testing, and I don't really feel like having that be my main execution chart. And then for stream, I just don't put Delta Map on here because honestly, I just don't want to answer questions about Delta Map 24/7. That's the truth.
As you're answering a question about it right now.
See, point proven.
Hey man, the chat is really into all this order flow stuff.
I know, but I don't want to. It's like order flow is how I trade, and that's how I've been trading for the majority of the time that I've traded futures, which has started in around 2019, 2018. And I've always traded through the lens of an auction market theory, through order flow, volume profile, and it's like it's in this weird fad phase, and I just want to totally disengage because people are trying to turn it into something that it's not, and I'm not really a fan of that.
It's the new thing now, right?
Yeah, it turns me off. I just want to trade my strategy. The Delta Map is your baby. It is my baby. It is my baby. But I can trade without it. I have demonstrated that. Just I don't even think I've really had it on for about 6 months here. If you have a blank screen, you don't have to answer any questions. No, it's not that. It's just I don't want to talk about the tools that I use 24/7 because I'm not here to try to shill the tools that I built to help me trade. That's not my purpose here. My purpose is to talk markets and trade. He gave us the freedom. Leave him alone. Only 3 more months with order flow stuff, and then Gex picks up stream. That's great. I would love that.
Don't worry, the hype will die down.
Yeah, and then I'll start talking about it more. Like if you actually look through my Twitter feed, I used to do like really, really in-depth write-ups on various like order flow concepts. I just haven't done that in a while because everyone else is already doing it. So it's like, it gives me the ick.
So basically, guys, what Leo's saying is if you want to learn from him without directly going to him and bothering him about questions and stuff, you can just go on his Twitter and search up keywords, and I'm sure he's got tons of threads and tons of tweets about them. So
I do, and a whole playbook.
Do your homework. There you go. It's all there, guys. You just got to go fishing for it.
Yeah. I will dial down once enough bubble executions get clipped. Yeah. Yeah, and that's another sad thing is part of Delta Map has some bubbles to indicate like exhaustion. Now we need free order flow order flow is free. It's just data. There's nothing, it's the information of the market participants. There's nothing, and Salma is an order flow expert now too. So
Yeah, please don't put that out there because I'm
Salma,
not.
what's the tape saying here?
I don't know. I'm not seeing anything too interesting right now. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, right here in the spot. No, it is weird, an interesting area that I would kind of want to short. I
Yeah.
would want to see it pop higher to 680s, like right up into the edge of this low volume node. But I could see this rejecting right here, and then, and miss the trade. Damn it, they literally just did that.
Oh, there you go. You got a 500 guy sitting at 80. Is that you, Leo? Let me find out. Oh, and he disappeared.
Are you
Wait.
are you looking at NQ or ES?
NQ.
I didn't even notice that.
It just showed up and I guess he pulled it back.
Yeah, maybe they'll trade to it.
And let's see.
The tape is saying you should be long for prior day low area. Yeah.
Guys, no, I'm not tape reading. Don't take that serious.
Did I backtest the OR mid strat for ES or NQ only? I did both. I just didn't publish the data for ES, and I'll tell you why. It's my strategy. I shared the details of the strategy and some of my backtest. If you're going to use it, which you have all the free to will to do, I want you to do your own backtesting so that you're testing it the way that you would trade it. Because the way you trade it and the way I trade it could be different. How do you handle the artificial gap in your charts? I just mark them as raw gaps. And that's it.
Hope we don't chop like yesterday.
Yesterday afternoon was crazy slow.
Yeah, thank God I decided to call it early. Well, I didn't decide. I had to just walk away. It was by the end of the day, I looked back at the market. I was like, wow, I missed nothing. Don't you love when that happens?
I do. That's usually the way I feel most of the time, just because I'm so desensitized to, moving, the market's moving in wild fashion. I'm just like, oh, cool. The market moves 700 points. I don't feel 1 ounce of FOMO or wish I was in it or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I think that just comes with time and experience. I used to, wish that I was there for that trade or whatever. But now it's just like, the market, you just kind of come to realize like the market moves all the time. There's really no reason to try to catch every move. In fact, you're better off trying not to catch every move. You're better off being patient and waiting for your base, not your base hits, but your pitches, if you will, the looks that you're looking for.
Yeah. That's true. And that's something, it's funny because like when you're in that, there's sometimes you ever get like, okay, maybe you don't because you've been doing this for much longer than I have, but sometimes the bad habits will creep in and you're in a trade and you get like trade paralysis, you're stuck staring at your screen, you're in disbelief, and that thought of I can just come back trade tomorrow goes poof out the window. You don't even think about that and you're just so focused on like, I don't know. I think chat, some of you guys might know what I'm trying to say here, but yeah, it's a good reminder to just know that there is always another trade around the corner.
There's always opportunity.
Yeah.
And sometimes that opportunity is not as fruitful as other times.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. We got headlines. Great. Dude, the lockout feature, Yo Mama, is so good to me. I've been using it on usually on Fridays. If I make money from like Asia the night before, or I'll take like a early morning trade, I'll just lock myself out and I'll go enjoy the rest of my Friday. Because that day I know I don't have any streams. I know I can just, take the day off, go enjoy my weekend, get it started early. It's it's really good for my Fridays.
That lockout feature is getting some
Yeah.
improvements too.
You know what? As much as I would love to have the ability to lock out per account, it's also really good to just have it lock me out of all accounts because then I'm forced to literally not trade, you know?
Some people want the lockout by account, Salma.
I do too. I do too. That's when it first came out, the lockout feature, I'm like, damn, it should be by account. But now that I've been using it on those Fridays, they help me out a lot. All I gotta do is just sit there and watch. Can't participate. Yeah, trade to sale. Nice job. Really nice job. Seems like a really pivotal area here.
Yeah, I mean, now we're starting to build like a double distribution
Hmm.
here. So we have volume up here, volume down here with a big low volume node that separates them.
Look, that guy is back at
Um,
80.
is he?
585.
Call him and see what's going on. See, what are you doing here, bud? Just back.
I don't
Ask
know,
him a
but
question.
what you doing here, bruh? Go away. All right.
You were saying something about the double distribution. It's more or less just like observing that we have it, and really what you could say about it is there's this low volume node that separates these two distributions. We built one, we had a reversal, so there's context, and now we're having another one. So you would want to using the volume profile around these 680s to 670s be bearish, right? It's the top of this um, distribution here. And then if we break through above that, you would assume that price is likely to go and revisit this upper distribution up here. So this is kind of gives you a very nice point of reference for, okay, well, we have kind of reversal with the downtrend. When is that downtrend over? Or when should I lay off the gas of shorts? And for me, it would be right in this range. If we break above 88 to 90, then I'm a little bit hands off on the shorts. And then so that gives you a very clean area to stay in conjunction or stay in sync with this market. Today's trend, which is currently to the downside.
We're starting to move a little bit here.
You're still short.
Yeah. Yep. This whole time we've basically just been hovering around break even for me. The only thing I don't like is the fact that the Dow is pushing here a bit. All right, let's go.
It would be funny if they bought it up from here, not to
Dude, they
screw your trade up, but
they just won't let this go.
Mhm.
I'll give it another like I don't know, because we're approaching Euro close right now. Yeah, this movement is mid.
bring Gen Z terms to trading.
I was gonna say meh, but like mid seems better. Come on down. A new low would be what? Encouraging?
A new low would be encouraging, as Stowe says. Do you guys want to hear something funny about Stowe?
Hell yeah.
We were in the back here getting ready to come on stream. Stowe shows up. Stowe's all ready to go. And they were like, "Yo, Stowe, I think you're on for trade the close today."
He was just excited, wanted to come on with us.
I know. They should have let him on.
Yeah, I would so be down for that. Imagine he just pulls up again.
That'd be funny. It did sweep that low. That's funny. He was pumped. He was ready. They did sweep this low. If you're a knife catcher, that's something that you would want to see, but I'm not going to try to buy it here. I would have rather have been short when we were talking about it. At the moment, it was starting to roll back over.
What question for you with your stat? Does that also work to the downside?
Yes, it's the same
Okay.
percentage.
And what's that percentage again?
68.
68%. Okay, cool. Good to know.
What's your target here, Salma?
First new low day, and then I would like to my runners would be previous day low on ES. But they're not letting this go.
They're not letting ES. Did ES not make a new low? Oh, no, it didn't.
No.
It'll follow.
Yeah, but it's testing everybody's patience. Let's see. Come on, NQ. It's weird too because even when NQ made new lows at 1055, ES didn't. Yo, 50-minute on ES looks like shit. Excuse my language. It's
You don't need
just
to be excused for language.
piano keys.
I support free speech.
Yeah. All right, I think we're all adults here. We can say that. Chat, what are you guys in? Anybody in anything? What are we up to?
You're in bed? You're in something. You're in bed. You should probably be up though. It's 10:30. Same.
Who said that to you? Where is that?
Darian.
I don't see. I don't know. I must be.
Did they delete it? No, it's still there.
I must be missing some of the chat. You don't answer questions. What question did you guys ask that I didn't answer? Chill, guys.
Chill.
As
Chill,
my young
chat.
as my young cousin would say, chill on me. Chill on me. It's the new lingo, Leo.
It is the new.
This is the new, yeah.
Salma needs a new prescription. Can't see the chat.
No, I'm on live chat. I'm not on top chat. It's weird. I don't know how I'm missing stuff, guys.
What's top chat?
So like in the chat, at the top of the chat, there's a drop down and you can hit top chat or live chat. Top chat shows some messages. Some messages such as potential spam may not be visible, and then live chat is every single message. But I'm on live chat and I don't see stuff.
I've always ever been on top chat, I think.
It's annoying because it always defaults to top chat. Even if you refresh the page or something like that, it puts it back.
Oh, that's crazy.
And then you miss stuff. But I'm on live chat and I'm missing stuff. So
Feeling
I don't
very
know.
boomer right now.
The more you know, Unk.
Very unk.
Unk.
I don't know. I feel like unk is cooler than boomer, though. You know?
Oh, Unk. Yeah, Unk is so much cooler. I agree. Come on, ES. You know you want to do it. Just go.
I think she wants to fuck with some sellers first.
Just drop it like it's hot. Yeah, String Bean, you're welcome, guys. You just learned that. Leo just learned it. I'm sure there's a bunch of other people who didn't know that either.
Really having a hard time getting through these 07s.
Mm-hmm. But NQ looks like it wants to keep flushing, so I'm cool with that. That's funny.
2 more ticks.
Come on down. Let's go. Am I being a D for a T right now?
I mean, they could leave this as a poor low.
Bro, I know. And oh, come on. Why would you say so? Why would you say that?
Market loves poor lows.
Oh, come on. No. It's funny because if you tried to long that, it would have knifed right through and made new lows. Would this be an H pattern? I mean, it's not the prettiest, but yeah, you can make the case for an H pattern here for sure. I would just more so say this is a bear flag, honestly, like just moving sideways to make the next leg down. We got Euro close in a minute. Oh my God, Leo, if they just if they leave this here, that sucks. Russell did make new lows, by the way, for anyone who cares. Now you got chat telling me that I should always front run my targets.
I mean, I believe that. I do that pretty much all the time. Just personal opinion.
I try to do that some days as well.
And Q is not wanting to give up that low.
Yeah. All 8 of the Russell traders care. Yeah, whatever, Mr. Josh.
No matter what you and Deli try to get people engaged in the Russell, nobody cares.
Well, I'm not trying. I'm the one engaged. I care. I have packs all the time telling me not to trade it. I'm like, I can't hear you. Someone's asking, what is the issue with that when the euro market is closing? There's no issue. It's just it's good to be mindful of euro close because now those participants are out of the market. That's all.
It's a time reference.
Yes.
Just like the Open, RTH Open, just like the Globex Open, etc.
Yeah. These are all times that you guys should be aware of.
Man, that's really annoying. I'm pissed that the we just rolled right when I was like, oh, let me eyeball it short. Missed it.
Russell has nasty charts most of the time. I disagree. I really disagree with you on that. I agree with Max, though. He says with FOMC tomorrow and a short week, it seems like a flat, choppy week is in store. Yeah, that can be a real possibility.
An alternative theory.
You got a short week. Sorry, go ahead.
Opening of this contract could be the high.
Are you going on the record and saying that?
I'm not one to short all-time highs, but it's not.
No, you're drinking a Pellegrino.
I am. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely Unk status for sure.
Is that Unk type shit?
That is so Unk type shit. Yeah,
oh
for
shit.
sure. Yeah.
I have a whole fridge.
And
of
I
them.
didn't even see it either. I just saw the cap.
I have a whole fridge of them, Salma.
You know what? That does not surprise me in the slightest bit. I don't even want to know how many fridges you got in your house.
Oh God.
Bro, no, Leo. Bro, please.
I gotta breathe.
How many fridges do you have?
Do you count mini fridges? Is that a fridge?
Did you say a mini fridge? Does that count?
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah, it does. Yes.
Okay, fuck.
Bro, and you made them put in this poor low, man. You unbelievable.
I didn't make them do anything.
As soon as you said it. Well, man. He's got a fridge per screen. Would not surprise me.
There's one fridge in the kitchen, and then there's 3 minis.
And where are those? One is in your office.
No.
Wow, that actually surprises me.
There's one in the bar. There's one outside. And then there's one, like, we have like a coffee maker or coffee bar area.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one over in that.
All right, I don't think that's that bad.
I mean.
Oh, what about freezers?
No, I just have 2. The one in the kitchen, and then we have like a deep freeze.
That's actually not that bad. Expected it to be worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, you criticize me for the number of TVs I have.
Yo, I didn't criticize you. No. I just
everything I do is wrong, apparently. Leo's fridge made the low.
Damn fridge, bro. What would I stock in my fridge?
That's
water,
the question.
Water, my cold brew, my creamer.
Well, hold on. Why would you put water in the fridge? Like, it just comes out of the faucet.
You drink water from a faucet?
Okay.
You got all this money. You drink your water from a faucet?
There's something called a reverse osmosis system that.
All right, and I'm not like.
when you turn on the water, it does this whole cleanup thing to the water.
I got no words. Yeah, we have water bottles in my house.
Plus, another benefit though, Salma, is we're on a well.
Oh,
So
that's
we're not
cool.
on city water.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I forget you live in the countryside.
And that country,
You live in the
I'm literally
country.
20 minutes away from like the Thunder Arena.
Bro, do you have horses?
No.
I want a horse so bad. Just I don't live in the right area for that. Man,
Been living on well and septic for 30 years, bottled water all the time. That's crazy. That mineral, I mean, the minerals in the well water are so good for you.
you boil your water and keep it in a jug. Who has time for that, Logan?
He's trolling, or she. They're trolling.
They them. Salma, what kind of water bottles? Poland Spring and Kirkland. My mom goes to Costco a lot. You look like you have cows. Who's that towards?
That's pretty rude, I think, if I'm reading that right.
I don't know. Bro, I swear to God, if ES does not drop and I get stopped out of this position, Leo, I am praying.
Which fridge are you gonna blame? You're gonna blame
No,
the
no,
one in
no,
the
no, no, no,
bar?
no. I'm sending you bad juju, and I am praying that your pillow is hot on both sides tonight. That is what I pray for you, my friend. If I get stopped out. If I
Joke's
don't,
on
then
you. I like sleeping in the heat.
damn. I hope it's
Nah,
cold.
I don't.
Salma, you drink water out of plastic? Yes. Like the rest of America, yes.
Well, Pellegrino, if you get the right bottles, comes in glass.
Yeah.
Can you yes, you can do tick compression on the Freedom.
Do not say that. Hot pillows are the worst. Yo, the worst, especially when you're looking for something cool in the middle of the night. Yeah, it is the worst.
Your well water has great minerals provided by Exxon.
I love how chat's so engaged in some water talk.
Listen, JT, we're not going to get into this. Please.
What he asked? What he asked? Wait, wait.
Stop.
JT, where are you? Ask your question again.
Stop
How many HVAC zones you have? Oh my God. Please, can you answer that?
I can't.
If it's more than 2, we have a problem. Bro. No, you gotta be trolling at this point. Leo,
I can't. It's more than 2.
how big is this house?
It's not that big.
What?
It's
Bro.
not. It's not that big. I promise.
What is happening right now? Who am I talking to?
And anyways, back to this trade. We gotta go take out this low, chat. We gotta take out this low. No, I don't hunt.
Oh my God. Guys, who is this Leo guy? NQ making new lows. Let's freaking go. Yes. Come on.
Munkins, we have an RO system, so we would be protected against anything like that.
What is an RO system?
Oh, here's a fun fact. This is great. How many cars do you own? Until about 2 months ago, I went with no car for about 6 years because
What?
Yeah, I didn't have a car.
How are you going places?
My wife has a car,
Okay.
so just like I don't have a job, so I don't need a car necessarily. But now I don't really need a car per se, but it's really nice to have one. I figured this out now because I did get one. So I do
Okay.
have one car.
Can we ask what kind of car? Is that off the table?
It's a
Never
truck.
mind.
It's
Okay.
a Ford Raptor.
I swear to God, I was going to guess that the second you said it's a
Oh,
truck.
yeah?
Yes, because you give. I can see that. See, you live in the countryside, bro.
It's not the countryside. Selma, we're getting on like Zoom and I'm going to drive around and be like, is this fucking countryside?
Oh my God. Don't get rage baited.
Okay, but
Don't
here
fall for it.
the legit truth is I was going to get a Q. No, it's not a Raptor R. No, I'm not. Listen, I'm all for having something nice. The Raptor R is, it's just, it's the same thing. It's just a V8, it just has a V8 versus a V6. It's just not worth the extra like $30,000 or $40,000 that they charge for it. And I didn't even buy mine brand new. I bought it used. I bought the 25 model. It's it's nice. It only had 10,000 miles on it.
That's cool though.
But no, so actually I was going to buy an Audi Q7, Q8 in that vein. And then I started looking at pickups and I was like, you know what? It would be pretty fun to drive a Raptor. I love it too, by the way. The Raptor is so fun to drive. Yes, farmer boy. It's
Is it
fun.
annoying with like children or no, not really?
What do you mean?
Like you have a like a baby that requires a car seat or
Yeah,
you
I
don't
mean, it's a
you don't
quad
have
cab, so there's room.
Okay. No, your short is killing my long. Sorry, dude. Why are you long?
Why is it fun? Because it goes fast. And it has incredible like ride, like suspension, etc. And I like fast things. So it's both, it has utility in the sense that like it's a pickup and it also goes fast. Not Lamborghini fast or whatever, but it's still fast and fun. You hate owning a car? I mean, I feel that.
I couldn't imagine life without a car.
I didn't have a car for 6 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Call
So
me
you
when you
would
get your
need your
Harley.
wife to be home.
I'm sorry, Gary. Like I'm not a motorcycle person, so I will never have a Harley. I actually thought, okay, I did actually give consideration to getting a Cybertruck just for the fact that my son would lose his absolute mind because he loves the Cybertruck. Like he has Cybertruck toys. He calls it like he calls them Teslugs because like he's still, his enunciation and stuff is not all the way there. So he calls them Teslugs. But then I told my wife I was considering that, and she was like, there's no reason for you to buy the Cybertruck. It's stupid. She said I was stupid. In Europe, having a car is a disadvantage. Yeah, I would imagine that. Don't D for a T, Salma. Don't be a D for a T. The chat's saying.
Well, I don't care what chat's saying right now. Sorry. This is all Leo's fault. TP would have hit 15 minutes ago. I just know.
My wife is smart. Yeah, she's pretty smart sometimes. Got to give credit where credit's due.
Sometimes it is crazy. Imagine this is the one other time where she's tuned into the stream. Yeah, NQ just keeps going lower and ES is still holding on. Just drop, dude. What are we doing? That's a question for Leo.
No, you can't do that.
Where did you read that?
Cybertruck is faster than a Porsche 911. That's crazy.
All right, there we go. New lows on ES and runners now.
Lows.
Nice
trade, Salma. That was a good hold because I
dude.
know you took a little bit of heat initially on it.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. And shout out to NQ for not wavering and continuing with the downside. Let's freaking go, bro. Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head for the rest of the day. All right.
We are approaching the magic box.
Wait. Where's this box at? Tell me.
363 to 312.
363. Okay. We still have some more. Let's go.
Yeah, it's getting nasty now.
Whoa, composite trader. I was acting impatient? I don't think so. I just like to complain a little bit. It's the girl in me. I can't help it. Sorry. What does the magic box represent? Someone is asking. All right, I'm all out of this, guys. GG.
What is it? It's just an area of where it's like I don't want to say it's often we'll get like a reversal from there, but it is an area that I look for a reversal. It's just it's something. It's an area that means something to me, without like going into too much nerd. So we talk about the magic box every now and then when we trade there. Doesn't happen often, so we don't really touch. It's just like an extreme love on the market. So look for reversals here. Also, it's a great reference point for if we break it, a retest of it after being broken is also good for continuation, because once we've breached this, the market really has legs to that upside or downside.
Turned out to be a good day, guys.
Always a good day when you pick a W.
Yeah.
Is the magic box close to grandma's house? I don't
is
know
NQ at monthly open right now?
Actually, you know what? Here,
is this true?
Let me. Is it true? Is it true, chat?
I caught a bug earlier today with my key levels indicator, so I haven't been trusting it as much when I see these levels. So I gotta ask.
We really should get ours onto TradingView, because you don't have to not trust them; they're just accurate.
Okay, yeah, it's true. I think, yeah, we are here. 416. Anybody else seeing that? Can you guys confirm?
Oh, there it is. Monthly open. Look at that green line. And do you know why it's a green line? Because it's important.
Is that what green stands for? Important?
Yeah, important. Yep. Important.
What's blue stand for?
Just information.
Thank you, C. Adams. Appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. Ashkan, the reason for my re-entry was I was short prior to coming on stream. I was short from, real quick, let me just remove my indicators. I was short from this 30-minute candle at around 10 a.m. and then had stops at the highs. I wanted to see us break this trend line on ES. We broke it. I exited, and then I waited for the re-entry right before we hopped on stream. There was the retest of the 9 EMA, and then I re-entered. It was 9 EMA retest as well as London lows. And yeah, I thought that, we should continue continue lower because NQ was still pushing lower, and so was the Russell. And ES was the one that was just kind of being the stubborn one. And so yeah, took it. It was a bit risky. It's always risky when you're trying to do any sort of re-entry on a trend day, even though this isn't the cleanest trend day. But yeah, that was my reasoning. And YM, for anyone who does care, YM just made new highs. So yeah, it's going inverse all the other indices.
Thanks for
See
buying
why.
Fords. Hell yeah.
Let's see what's holding up the Dow right now. Oh, financials.
My father-in-law also has a Ford truck. So we are supporting the boys. Oh, that was awesome to watch. New trader and was still amazing. Mix those words up just for fun.
That was pretty decent. Happy with that.
Looks like oil's back into am I on the right contract here? That seems a little sus. We still on July? Wait, I might need
Wait,
to
what are you
roll it.
talking about?
I was just
We
looking
rolled.
at CL.
Oh, CL. Oh. Ew.
Are we on N?
I'm still on July, I think.
Yeah, July. Okay, cool. Big bounce on that month open.
Yep. That's the reaction you want to see, though. This is good. I'm pretty glad I got out and not waited for that previous day low sweep. Because look where ES stopped. 2 ticks away from previous day low.
Crazy.
So
Hey Jose, thank you so much. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. I like the stream. Jim's about to come on and yell at us because we haven't asked for any likes. So you guys, you like that banger trade Salma was in. You like hanging out with us, give us a like. If you dislike hanging out with us, go ahead
still
and
give us a like.
Appreciate you, brother. Is that monthly open and RTH? No, the monthly open is the Globex open of the new month. What do you get for likes?
Nothing.
Nothing. Just the entertainment or the bragging rights, I guess, of the number of likes we got. Speaking of Jim.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Hey, Jim.
What is up? What a day so far, huh?
What a day.
Yeah.
I missed out on my trade and I had to watch Salma just print money like an ATM machine.
Like an ATM machine. I wish there was more size on that trade, but good trade nonetheless.
That's perfect because Salma, I'm going to need a loan. I'm trying to go to the World Cup game in Atlanta and the tickets are insane. So I think I'll hit you up for a few grand.
I think Leo's your guy for loans. It's not me.
What game?
Sunday is Spain versus Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
So I played the Ticketmaster game poorly. I had an opportunity to get decent seats around $700 a while ago, and I outsmarted myself, thinking it's going to be a lot lower game time. But
What are they now?
getting in the front door is 1,700.
Jeez.
Ooh.
That's why I'm glad Salma's making so much dough.
Yeah, not the person for that, Jim. I'm sorry.
Oh man. Anyway, so we'll watch it from the telly or the bar, actually, more important. Any event, let's give these two a round of applause for a job well done today. Super awesome. Am I seeing any of you this afternoon by any chance?
No.
No.
I'll be on tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay.
Me too.
Sounds good. Well,
Wait, you're
thanks,
gonna be on
guys. I'm going to hop
tomorrow?
into.
Oh.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to hop into Edge Report, and we'll end the morning stream.
Thanks, Jim.
All right.
See you, chat.
Ciao,
you.
guys.
All right. Russell 2000. I was texting about it in the chat. Hopefully, my hints came through for some of you today. This is a daily chart right now. We have kind of a small body red candle followed by a small body red candle. We get another small body red candle tomorrow. This is the infamous rain drop formation, not bullish. But we do have this area of resistance, long-term area resistance, roughly highlighted by my rectangle here as well. Now that resistance is now support. So we're talking 29.42-ish to about 29.52. So 29.40-ish, right in there in that 52 area. So this is going to be support right now. Should we continue our way down? My extension levels, we hit that 100%. Didn't get up to the 127. It's target on the upside. Things could turn around. I don't want to be too doom and gloomy, but 30.74 spot one. We'll see what happens here on this particular market. You know, we're way above the first standard deviation band of the anchored VWAP right now. And this trend line's still intact, but, you know, it's a pretty old one, by the way. I mean, I anchored it all the way back here on May 19th, but we'll see what happens. Let's shoot over to the intraday, though. Let's take a two-day point of view here. Remember the Sunday gap, right? I have it highlighted by a rectangle, that Sunday gap. The top of that gap was right at previous session's lows. In other words, yesterday that closed some of the gap, but not a lot of it, right? So then we kind of trickled up today and had a pretty big day going forward here. Now we closed that gap today, and we did it like by a tick, right? This low candle here, we filled that gap almost perfectly. Classic gap fill right now. Bounced off it a little bit. I'm not saying we're not going to go any lower, but it was a pretty obvious attempt of sellers pushing us to the point where they're comfortable with, and then buyers coming back in a little bit. That 0 DTE call resistance and that 0 DTA gamma wall had me a little bit worried with respect to my projections that we're going to fill that gap, but we came through. I mean, we broke through that. We broke through S1. Now we're back above it as well. So that's a little bit constructive. So going back up, previous session's low roughly corresponds to the initial balance low as well. So that's going to be a major milestone on the way up if we can get through there. And then what is this? This is overnight low. This is tonight's overnight low. 29.8490. That was also a good breakout idea to the downside once we broke out through that early or late night, I should say, low. In any event, right now it's still in play. That's an area of resistance right now, along with that previous session's low. So that's kind of a resistance range. And then we have that VWAP. It's session VWAP's arcing down pretty nicely here. So I'm going to keep my eye on that as well. Two last points. One, we have a competing point of control that's starting to form down here around 27.99. We had another competing point of control that didn't take the title. We didn't get enough volume to get that white line there at 29.94. The official point of control is all the way back here at 30.05. Now, keep in mind, tomorrow is FOMC. There might be some consolidation going forward here in anticipation of that FOMC. So my likelihood in my mind is we're going to probably go sideways somewhere up here and create a new distribution right around previous session's lows. I could be wrong. That's what I'm thinking right now. We'll take a peek at this again once we get to this afternoon's Ed Report. So that's this morning's Ed Report. We will be back regular time today, 2 o'clock. I have a couple of announcements though that are super important. Number one, tomorrow is FOMC day, and we have a special session 1:45 p.m. So we're starting 15 minutes early with Maggie, me, Craig, Shai, and Blake Morrow. For some FOMC analysis. So that's going to happen a little bit earlier tomorrow. Hopefully you guys could all join us. It's going to be super fun. And on Thursday, the next episode of Develop Your Edge, that's Thursday at 4 o'clock with this good looking guy. Look at this guy. This is Stowe. He's going to be with us. How to build day trading guardrails with a VWAP and volume profile. It's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to that. That's Thursday at 4 p.m. We're going to go an hour, 5 p.m. We're going to take questions too. So, get them into the chat if you're able to get in the chat. Get in the chat, and I'll funnel them to Stowe, and we'll tackle them. And remember, Friday's an off day, so no stream Friday because it's a Juneteenth holiday. That's the announcements for this morning. I'm looking forward to this afternoon. Everybody have a nice, enjoyable lunch, and I'll see you then.